Good day, everybody. Good day, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. We're back with Hayseed Knight. We started chapter 5 last time, and we're going to try to finish chapter 5 today so that will be the conclusion. I believe it was this one. Yeah, yeah. Adder stayed up as long as he could, observing the flame in silence so as to not wake Joe up. He lost the staring contest at some point. So basically, last time uh, the queen there, Sep, uh, ended up turning to ash, and I think we're in the forgery with this Jiao person, and we're trying to keep the embers aflame. Voices plagued his dreams. The morning skies brushed over the darkness of the new moon, painting the world in bright hues of yellow and purple. Sunbeams delivered from Batats into the forge throughout the narrowest crevices, just to poke Adder right in his one eye. The ex-smith apprentice stretched his body, yowling in pain all the while. He clicked his tongue, scratched his tail, and turned his head towards the sound of the bubbling water nearby. Adler made his way into the kitchen, where he encountered a goat quietly preparing some breakfast tea.
Morning.
Tuck, I take it you didn't go to bed either.
No, I just kind of crashed back there. By the way, if anyone asks, I'm Sir Upper Field now. You can still be Jow. No worries.
Zhao sent a strange look in his direction. She didn't have enough tea in her body to start addressing that statement, so she just let it be.
It really pains me to say this, but I think I've hit a wall in my research.
Oh, crud, I hate hitting walls. Hey, you mind passing the tater plate?
Zhao needed a moment to understand that Adder was talking about the potatoes in front of her. She pushed the plate in Adder's direction and planted an open book on the table between them.
I believe I have a good enough grasp of the underlying teachings behind the accounts I've read, but many interesting leads are buried under walls of alchemical texts that I can't make tails or heads of.
Darn, that's a whole lot of sep talk if I heard some. So much for being a mind reader, right?
After studying it with uncalled for attention, Adder popped an entire raw potato in his mouth as usual. As usual for Adder, I mean. Zhao was perplexed at the sight.
I do not mean to look down upon your customs, Ada, but is it common in your land to eat potentially poisonous potatoes? Raw?
Yeah, no, I mean, back home, I was the one who handled the cooking, and then I went to Ford, and the cooks always handed out the rations, and then I figured out I ain't got no clue how food works, and a real nasty temper on the side, and...
You just assumed that preparing dishes would always be someone else's problem, and you prefer to get used to bad meals rather than do something about them yourself because it was too much work.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself!
You ingrate!
Uh-oh.
Huh?
What misery it must have been for our son to be wed to a raw-eating slacker like you! You can't expect everyone to provide for you and then criticize their work!
I ain't even hitched!
Repent for all the delicious tubers you've wasted! Repent!
Before Adder had time to open his mouth to apologize to the as-yet non-existent god of underground produce, Zhao pried his good hand open and placed a potato in it.
Wash that potato, peel it, cube it, boil it, bury the unpeeled ones under ashes, skewer those bits with a stick and roast them. Salt, salt, salt! You can't just let life carry your dead weight through the stream. Seize the chances you're given and make the best out of them.
Yes, chef!
Now eat. Eat while it's hot. How is it?
It's fucking raw.
You're very faulty.
That's the taste of agency. Remember it.
Oh, like you.
I had there was this one time when I went to Burger King like 2 weeks ago or something where they just dumped salt onto the frickin' fries. Like, it was just, I reached in the bag, I grabbed it, and it was just pure freaking salt. My face basically turned inside out, and I'm like, guys, ease up on the salt. Holy crap.
Of course you don't. You're used to the safety of your puny, tasteless raw potatoes of conformity. The taste of agency
Zhao took a bite and cringed.
is an acquired one.
So you just can't cook either, huh?
They had to learn on the way here.
Zhao and Adder sobbed quietly while they ate their oversalted potatoes.
What's all this ruckus in the morning?
Mr. Pertalk, sir! We were just cooking some breakfast.
Sack of gluttonous rakefires. Who paid for this meal?
I did?
A likely story.
The merchant felt his way around the kitchen with his cane, seemingly looking for something. The matter of Adder's expulsion, perhaps, as that seemed to have been misplaced somewhere in the night.
Would you like to join us, Sia?
No. I just thought I'd find my daughter loitering around with you.
The old man made to head back in the direction of the staircase. He raised an eyebrow towards the forge before he left.
Give that child something to eat, too. She must be starving.
Pertalk left for this tower without another word. Adder stayed staring at the doorway for a while after his old master left. Yeah, throw the potatoes in the fire. I mean, they won't. The ashes won't complain about the salty nature, I'm sure.
Huh. That's different.
What is?
Mr. Pertalk, he's less... Never mind. I feel like he'll come back and scream at me if I say it.
Zhao made an attempt to question him further. She made a little pile out of the cutlery and looked at as the potatoes and peels left on the dishes in the way that could only be politely described as utter disgust.
You think he meant getting her an actual tater? I don't think she would have accepted one of those alive.
What if we consecrate our devotion for the Jasif into the remains of our breakfast and hand it over?
You know, if you don't want to wash the dishes, you can just say that.
I'm sorry for scolding you about potatoes. Please get out of my mind.
Adder preemptively apologized to Sepp for the meager, unhoneyed meal he was about to foist on her and automatically headed towards his sacred dishwashing pool. Jiao followed him out a few minutes later, now fully dressed up. One look at her, and it became clear that she was busy silently judging the blatant misuse of religious infrastructure, but she remained entirely too polite to bring it up.
So, you're not married to a son?
No, of course not. I ain't good enough for that. She was gonna marry someone else. Some moneybags with real big horns and a bigger chin, see? And don't even get me started on the size of his sword. Much more knightly than me, that one.
Ah, she honored him to be a knight too.
Nope, enough for like a trying, I'm sure. I mean, it don't even gotta be a knight either. She was definitely doing her best to honor Aina, if you catch my drift. Not a subtle one, my Sepp.
Sorry, Aina was, the daughter of the seer, yes?
Yep, that's my boss.
The giant lady is the seer's daughter?
What? No, that's... I mean, yeah, I guess she counts. Look, Eka may be my boss, but she ain't my boss. That'd be Aina. She's my teacher, my friend, and the strongest gal in all of Dakana. If she was here, she'd fix everything in one punch. She's just gone for now.
Bruce Campbell. Adder poured all of his energy into brushing the dish he was holding. In his mind, weeks had already passed since their last heart-to-heart he had with Ina in that exact same spot. But in reality, it had only been a few days.
First Dana, then Sep, get off too, I guess. I'll be damned if I can count on Eligrab or the patron for anything. Darn. With so many friends dropping left and right, I'm starting to believe I'm the one who's cursed.
Zhao looked askance at... What is it, askance? Never heard that word before. Zhao looked askance at Adder, racking her brain for the right adage for the moment.
It sounds like you're dealing with a lot right now.
Nah, I'm fine.
Without another word, Zhao took one of the dishes from the pile and started brushing it as well. Her face made it clear she'd rather be brushing thistles.
I don't believe I have the power to help in any meaningful way, but sorry, I don't know if this is considered proper in Akathor, but I could offer you a hug, if that'll make you feel better.
With his bandages all around his ribs, I'm sure that'll be comfortable. Adder stared at her dumbfounded. A moment later, both the dishes went flying in the air as the tiny goat was nearly crushed to death.
Joe! You didn't need to... You're the nicest person I've met in my life, and I would fornicate anyone for you!
You do what now?
I appreciate that. Please don't get snot on my good robes.
Yeah, sorry. What'd you dress up for today, anyway? You fancy him that much?
The congregation is growing fast, and we need to be ready to share the morning prayers with them.
Right, yeah.
Adder gave her a moment to tell him exactly what he'd read in her head. Zhao hid her blushing face in her hands.
And I want to make sure I look good in front of your boss in case she drops by.
Anything for your holiness.
What Zhao failed to mention, as she led Adder to the roof over the colonnade he'd walled off, is that there had been nearly 50 people the day before. There were now a couple of hundred.
What the? There she is, our Jasif!
No, Ishcap! That's just a goat!
Priestess Zhao! Show us the Jasif!
Zhao, what is this?
The congregation of Hirub! They came back, inspired by our devotion!
That they are! No, for real. These folks should be working right now. You know what this is, right?
Followers of Hirub, yes? I'm sorry, something might be getting lost in translation. What am I supposed to be looking at?
Nothing. I'm sure this is just one of those thoughts rattling in my brain Sep would have had some words for. But still, don't get started just yet. Let me get a lay of the land first.
Adder, who by virtue of having gone from farmer to soldier to wanted criminal, had lived through all sorts of revolts, mutinies, and riots, wouldn't have dared call a religious get-together for oppressed minorities on any alarming words.
Not out loud, in a company that may have opinions about it.
He was closely acquainted, nevertheless, with the consequences that tended to happen to any get-togethers that escalated past a small nuance in the eyes of said law. In the matter of crowds, emotions made all the difference. A few hundred angry people, that's a mob, and they fade with their fury. A few hundred scared people, that's a calamity. They'll get it together once they're safe. But a few hundred Baran cheering for the glimpse of the culture they once shared, that was no fleeting emotion. Joy was too powerful a tool to ignore for the kingdom that wanted to silence it.
That's not what Adder was thinking, is it?
No. I'm sure Adder wasn't thinking anything quite so vehement back then. These are still words he said to me once, nonetheless, that he remembered the joy of the crowd decades past, more than the anger and fear. That it made all the difference in keeping their hearts alight with pride through their struggles. I thought you'd rather hear that.
Thank you.
Adder snuck out of the temple through the back entrance to the library and staggered around the corner to head to the yard. However, whatever it was he was pondering upon as he nervously scurried about the crowd in his knightly guise, it soon came to a halt as his eyes zoned in a couple of gazelles who looked extremely familiar.
I told you, Kyubsop! That had to be the Yasif!
And I already told you that was no Yasif. I was just a delusional kid.
Oh, yes, we get thrown into a cell after a kid wanders down the desert roads claiming to be our son, and 10 years later the place goes down in flames? Manetop!
Matnet S? It's called a coincidence.
Gods, I really hope we get to see the Yasif soon, just so she can make you eat your words.
At least they'd be giving us something to eat then. Where's the fruit we were promised?
Hey, I know you.
You do?
I mean, I don't know you, but I know the Yasif, and the Yasif knew you.
What's with this guy? It's a really half-hearted scam.
Bet you Adoru that's not even what this thick skull's trying. Sodding weirdos.
These are if any of you don't recall, I believe this is from the journal, where when she was younger, I think, she ended up getting caught out, and like these two were trying to like kidnap her, but Illigrab kind of stepped in, I believe.
So, you say you know us, do you? What an honor it is to be recognized by an envoy from the Yasif! Just to make sure you're not getting the wrong gazelles here. What's my friend's name?
Ooh. A quiz. Well, wasn't expecting that. Can I go to like a... What's my friend's name? Isn't there like a way to look at... I thought they had like a journal or something. Or some sort of like... No, that's not what I wanted. Well, I know I could use the internet, but that's kind of cheating. I believe it was enough.
You're the only something here. Noof?
That's right! How did you...
That proves nothing! He could have just been spying on our conversation! Tell me your full name.
It's been 10 years. How is the Yasif supposed to know that sort of keptat?
She's the Yasif. She should know everything.
I mean, she's got a whole darn lot in her head, all right, but that ain't really how that works.
What would you know?
Don't be like that. Yatsuribe are practically gazelles, right? Didn't you have a yellow deer in your extended family or something?
A crazy old bag is what she was. Just a hornless gazelle with a big snout. That doesn't make her a doe. Hey, Yatur, you ever hear a deer call themselves Badhan?
No, but,
Didn't think so. Run along now before the Yasif starts missing her dear friend.
Adder merely bowed his head and marched back inside, far more deflated than before.
Did you have a good lie on the land?
The land? Oh, no, that was just a way of talking. You really thought I needed to go lie down on the dirt or something?
I thought it was some spiritual thing. A strategic positioning? Maybe you wanted to plant something? I don't know anything about heirloomite customs.
Yeah, you don't know anything and I don't know nothing. What the hell are either of us doing here?
Our best?
Adder's mouth hung open for a few seconds.
That's nice and all, but our best ain't good enough. They're not here to hear thoughts and prayers. They're gonna want a whole lot of things. It's all stuff we can't give them.
Adder retreated away from the roof, followed by the priestess, worriedly accompanying him back to the entrance. He took his helmet off, one last time to look her in the eye.
We can't do this alone, Chow. We're in way above our heads.
That's what I've been saying all along.
Cue Gyoff, strumming absent-mindedly on his oud, producing a sound that could best be described as the wail of the dying.
Gyoff! What the? Bring it in, you little backstabber! I can't believe I'm still happy to see you.
I wish I could say the same! I really hoped I would never have to see your face again! Ugh! How many times do you need to get your tush saved in a week?
Saved? I should be the one saying that, you traitor! Didn't you get yourself arrested or something? At Lord Snotty Snout's palace? How did you even find us?
I was arrested! And by all technicalities, I still am. I was just about ready to walk out of the city with a small fortune and missing family heirlooms when Elbar's steward kindly informed me that a certain Sir Upperfield had been inquiring about me. I was moved by the thought of you infiltrating the guards' keep hoping to rescue me, even after all the misfortunes keeping us away from each other.
After betraying me, you mean?
Mistakes were made on both sides in the heat of the moment, yes! What does that matter now? I still ran all the way here to find you. But what I find is that not content with getting almost executed once and almost getting captured twice, my dear knight in the making set out to become an agitator trying to start a riot!
No, it's all Miss Priestess here with her moving speeches. You should listen to the things she's actually saying. I'm doing a crap job translating for her.
I'm not sure where you got the impression any of that was meant in a positive way.
Course it was. I mean what I said. You speak real pretty.
Adder, ladder, poorly stacked pile of acrimony. You know I love you from the bottom of this wretched heart, so I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. Have you forgotten what's coming to us? Put those ridiculous clothes back where you found them and go get my sister before I drag you two out of the city by the tail!
That ain't gonna be easy now, Bard.
I don't care how heavy her rear is. Tell her that if she doesn't walk out on her own 2 feet, I'll have Elbar roll her all the way up to the gates!
Why don't you tell her yourself?
Gyoff stared at the fire with an unreadable expression.
Mind giving us a moment?
Yao nodded and turned around the threshold, allowing the fake bard and the fake knight to have some level of fake privacy. A stare-egg contest, just for Gyoff and what remained of his sister. Adder didn't dare make a single sound, incapable of imagining how he'd feel in Gyoff's shoes. Worse yet, if anything happened to his little brothers, Adder would have no way to know. No way to do anything about it, even if he did know. All he could do was urge those thoughts out of his mind, time and time again. Unaware of the silent turmoil he'd stirred within our protagonist, Gyoff finally sunk his fingers into his own jowls and gurgled out some kind of an annoying squeak.
Not this again! Ugh!
Gyoff threw his foot back and kicked the forge and then squawked out a pained scream.
Say what? Hold on. This ain't the first time this has happened then?
Were that it was! What kingdom wouldn't love a queen so hot-headed that she bursts into flames the moment she gets a little stressed?
Listen here, Bard.
No, you listen! What did you do to her?
What did I do? I got her out of the house. She coalized and brought her ashes here. That's what.
That's all? How in the name of the Hatsa could that be all? She was perfectly fine yesterday. Escaping from some guards wouldn't make her do this. Not even the beasts. It has to be you! She didn't step out of line once in 10 years, and then you show up and...
She wasn't fine.
Yoff opened his mouth to reply, but no words came out.
Did she tell you that?
No. I loved her enough to know.
Pretending to throw up was puerile on Yoff's part, yes, but understandable as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, well, all the good that did. Your shoulder tattoos were nothing but a foretaste. And seeing her new luxury accommodations, I guess not even Pertok could save her this time.
He ain't even tried. Said something like he knew this would happen and couldn't be bothered to help.
Of course! We were all counting the days and the hours before Queen Oma Septut the Incendiary would finally snap and burn the whole palace to the ground.
And that seemed fine to you?
Well, excuse me for not sharing your savior complex. I had more than enough on my plate back then, all right? Ral was the one who handled it. We should just fetch her and have her convince Pertok to do something again.
Yoff looked at Adler, suddenly struck by a realization.
Because she made it out, right?
I don't know. I didn't... Taled said...
Taled was there too?
Yes, he was! You almost got us killed, Golf! You think about that for a second? The people get hurt by all the crap you pull on us?
She's the one who torched the Desert Rose, you thick skull! Not me!
No! Y'all just gave her the oil and the wine! No wonder she ended up like she did, having to put up with you and your entire goddamn family all along!
Adder finally seemed to run out of words to scream. His head felt hot and cold at the same time, and every last breath came out as a pant.
Everything all right?
Adder shook his head. Then he nodded. He muttered, "I'm fine." That didn't even come close to sounding like Cernar. Yoff, who had decided to limit himself to silently observing the forge after the verbal beatdown, finally spoke again.
So, how do we put her back?
With all the king's horses and all the king's men, of course.
Was kinda hoping you'd know that.
What? Why would you think I know the last thing about any of this godly tripe? You need the help of a wizard, not a bard! Anyone who speaks this nonsense!
I agree. Which is why Zhao's been working her horns off trying to figure out a way to solve this. That's why we're gonna come out there and keep on praying to the masses. Because we all want to help your sister get good. Now, if we're done here...
What do you mean if we're done? Of course I'm not done! You don't get to say when we're done! We'll be done talking when I...
Stop! More shouts fixing this. The people out carry waiting much and they want to hear. It will be bad that they listen.
What in the name of the Hatsa was that gibberish?
Miss Zhao is kindly telling you to stop being a tailhole and go figure out something useful to do. We got a speech to give.
First time I've actually heard tailhole used as a synonym for that in a somewhat serious manner, and it actually kind of worked. Honestly, that's impressive.
You're going to rile a crowd further while my sister is in this state? Who will look after her?
There you go. You're playing fire sitter for the day. All good now, Zhao.
Hey, come back here this instant, you cretin! Don't think you can talk to me like that just because you're wearing a helmet! Adder!
Does everyone in Heirloom scream all the time?
You know what? I'm starting to think I'm just kind of crap at choosing friends. Good morning, Zales and Zales! Thank you kindly for your patience while we got everything sorted out up here. So great to see so many folk gather around for their daily prayers. Y'all making me feel all saintly here.
Someone kindly hooted for Adler in the multitude, but that was all the reaction he got.
Right, it ain't me you've come to see. You know this, I know this. Give it up for the one, the magnificent, the only hero priestess in Heirloom, Zhao!
Adder shook his hands dramatically under his sleeves as he scurried back to let Zhao walk to the edge. Zhao waved her hand awkwardly and smiled at the crowd below.
I am so very pleased to see how much the congregation has grown overnight. The fervor of our ancestors shines with you all today.
Woo, priestess! Lead the way to revolution, priestess!
Uh-oh.
Lead. What? Sorry?
Priestess! We're so sorry to interrupt your holy duties. Can we ask you a question before the speech?
Of course.
It's less of a question and more of a complaint. Some of us are still trying to decide if we really want to ditch our jobs and get dragged into your little scam. We're not going to solve anything just by standing about. What's the big idea here?
There's no big idea. I simply wanted to pray.
What? That's not what she said yesterday!
You sure you translated that right? She said we had to come together for a new tomorrow!
Well, yes, but I was speaking about an abstract concept. The schism between Barhans in Akator and the Barhans in exile.
The goats, you mean?
Zhao bit her lip. Adder was already fretting by her side before she started balling her fists. But she merely took a deep breath and continued.
We Barhan of the North know what we are. We take pride in the knowledge that we are protectors of the past. None of us were there to witness it, but 4 centuries later, some still scorn those that took refuge in Akator after the fall of Basaksaret. We pride ourselves in submitting to the throes of fate. We chose the harshness of the eternal winter and exchanged one desert for another. It's hard to see past the resentment looking at the abundance southern Barhans live in.
What abundance! I get nothing but leftovers for dinner!
You get leftovers? I'm lucky if I can scrape together one meal after working all day in the salt marsh.
Excuse me? Aren't your houses feeding you?
Oh, look, there's the house service again, thinking they're talking for everyone. Some of us have real jobs.
And we don't? I work my ass off every day of my life.
You get fed for looking pretty in front of your master's dear friends. Shut up!
Zhao cast a desperate glance over the multitude arguing against itself. She tried to grasp towards them, only to immediately pull back.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not understanding your hearts. I'm sorry that, having been so focused on the past, I refused to look at the present. I tried to school you in unity without ever having considered the challenges that set us apart. I know gazelles to have been raised in all but subservience, second to deer in Akator. And perhaps, deep down, I may have felt like you deserved it too.
Adder's leg turned to jelly as he translated the last few words, but he held firmly to his belief that Zhao to trudge through them.
Please, let me learn from all of you. I am not here to teach you. I am your pupil. I will listen without judgment, and I will give everything I have to serve you through clear and cloudy skies. And when our Jasif wakes up, when she is ready to return, I want her to look at a community that has welcomed their own differences and is ready to look at that new tomorrow where we walk together. We have spent so long separated that we have forgotten what we once knew. We are all children of Hirub. We carry the sun with us wherever we go. We are each tiny seed that grows tall towards the sun into an impenetrable forest. Like shards of a broken mirror, once beautiful, now only sharp and hurtful. We still reflect the same light. All we need is the frame that'll bring us together.
Orverton Windows? What is that? Zhao raised a hand to stop Adder from translating her. She took a step towards the edge and exclaimed in Shunnar.
Today, we make friends again! We share tea and salt, know each other like brother!
The multitude stayed quiet for a few seconds, and someone shouted,
I'm gonna get some cups, priestess!
I work at a trade house. I'll bring the leaves.
I live close by. I can get some cauldrons.
Hey, let's bring some pastry since we're at it.
I'm sure they won't miss them in my house.
The Baran congregation poured out of the temple, seemingly reaching conclusions of their own. As for the speaker herself, Zhao had to be held together as Adder and her tottered downstairs. She looked like she was about to fall on her face and dig herself a hole in the ground with her horns.
Why are they leaving? I thought it was a decent speech. For an amateur.
Adder's head spun around on his neck. He had confirmed that the voice belonged, in fact, to the living, conscious, blonde fallow deer he most dreaded to see.
Berbeth? Wanda! So you were the translator, as I suspected. It's good to meet you again, friend. I'm very glad to see you're keeping your head. Pun intended.
Adder raised one of his massive hands in the air, ready to detach Bearbiz's skull from his neck. One quick look at Zhao, and he thought of the ensuing explanation that he would need to follow up, made him warp his hand against the older man's shoulder instead.
Hey, pal! Mind following me inside for a bit?
But I haven't even had the time to introduce myself to your little friend here. Tasakimat, good miss. I haven't had many chances to converse with native speakers since I left Corbuswe.
Yes, Satmamat. Thank you for being so accommodating. The fallow deer I traveled with couldn't speak much Pasaktit at all. Mr. Barbeth, yes? My name is Duapnatirjao, but...
Oh, linguistic shift at its finest. I believe what you meant to say was through Apnet.
Adder choked Bearbiz with the inside of his arm.
Inside. Now.
Okay.
I'll spare you the details that led to Bearbiz being tied to a chair in front of 3 people inside of the inner sanctum.
I say we return him where he came from. Straight to his maker.
No, you dimwit! We can use him for leverage with his brother!
I'm not very sure what's going on, but is the gag really necessary?
It's for his own safety. Trust me. Kinda wish I'd get the same treatment every so often.
I'm sure you do.
I feel bad for him. I'm going to take it off.
Gentlemen, please! There's no need for such dramatic measures. I come in peace.
Come to piece us off?
I understand your anger, Ada. I do. I've been pondering over the outcome of my recent interactions with you and your friends, and through my many bruises, I have come to a conclusion. I have yet to walk a long, arduous path of self-improvement. That's why I decided to join the revolution!
The what now?
The Bahan Revolution, you see. The name Bahan Rebellion was never used contemporarily. It is an awful misnomer created by the Akine historians, of course, which seems to imply that the Jasif once paid tribute to King Isifik when they did not. We are witnessing a new chapter in the history of Basaksarat, live, in hard times! A religiously motivated strike! And it is my duty as an expert in all Barhan matters to teach the current generation of uncultured gazelles how to...
And people here, strange love. Zhao gently pulled the gag back where it was.
I say we throw him in the well.
You think we could get a better deal on him if we smear some blood on his ransom letter?
For the time being, Adder opted to lock Bearbiz in the keep and keep the key. It seemed like nobody felt particularly in the mood to have lunch that day, but sourest of all was Zhao, quietly brooding on the patio.
Hey, Priestess, you alright? I don't mean to stick my nose in your business, but, you sounded a bit less nice than usual back there.
I don't think it could be physically possible for me to be any nicer around that deer, but I hear what you're saying. All that talk about revolution left me a bit rattled, and I suppose that I'm still hung up on what you said earlier.
No, I'm so sorry for snapping at you like that. It wasn't your fault, okay? I'm not used to this sort of pressure, and there's a lot on the line right now, and...
I know.
No, sorry, but you really don't know the half of it. I mean, Of course, everyone's looking up to you. It's just that I promise I'm doing my best to keep y'all safe. I can't afford to make any wrong choices.
I hold no doubt in my heart that you are doing plenty, but it's an effort you shouldn't need to make. It's my responsibility to take care of everyone here, not yours.
I know that, and it ain't like I don't trust you. I owe you my life. It's just...
Stop, please. You don't need to reassure me, Ada. I know I'm not very useful. You'll all trust me when I've proved to be trustworthy.
No, that ain't it. I swear. I'm the one who...
Wizards. Adder stopped walking. He didn't really know what to say, nor the good would do if he said anything on the matter he wasn't allowed to speak of. Jiao left without saying bye.
Sheesh. What crawled up her tail?
Geoff, do you want to get killed? Because we can arrange that.
What? Is this the gratitude I deserve for siding with you?
I just need you to understand, real fast, that I'm gonna kill you dead if you say one more thing about Miss Jiao.
Fine! Go frolic with your replacement best friend! But don't come running back to me when the gazelles tire of you!
With that, Gyalf stomped away as well. Adder just sighed to himself. Not 20 minutes later, just before curfew, the strangest noise ambled into the forge. Adder's ears perked up and turned from side to side, trying to identify the source, incoming fanfare seeping into the yard from a huge crowd. Adder left the forge, curious and terrified to see what all the ruckus was about. And so he found himself in the middle of an even larger impromptu party in the courtyard of the previously abandoned temple of Hirab. "Know each other like a brother," was being chanted teasingly as the barman shared dinner from the same plate and tea from the same cauldron, rather than the same cup as Xiao had implied. Adder stretched out his neck, trying to find a tiny priestess over the throne. He found her doing the same, and so their eyes finally met. After a short tense moment, Xiao shrugged, Adder shrugged back, so she went back and happily joined the nearest group in their merrymaking. Feeling thoroughly out of place and not a single bit eager to find excuses to welcome himself, Adder tried to sneak away and return to his self-imposed patrol duties.
Oh, hey! It's the translator! Hey, Yatur! Come drink with us! Like brother!
Adder, who had a record of having about as much spine as a squid when it came to rejecting invitations, immediately acquiesced and sat down, ignoring everything we just wrote. A casual round of introductions and compliments about the tea later, he turned back to the book while he's stuffing his face.
Mr. Translator, tell Miss Priestess that she's doing great. And you too. I heard Basektet is really hard. Who taught you?
I got a talent for languages, I suppose.
My mother still spoke it fluently.
No way!
Merchant's word. I'm sure it was half radish stew, though. That's what you say in Chantheray, right? Pa came up from Garethke. Oh, you had this saying he loved. Zells and Rose, 3 drinks for 2 woes?
Oh boy, I hadn't heard that one in a while.
What? That's not a thing! If anything, we have a fame for being teetotalers!
I mean, where are we supposed to drink ourselves to death if half the barkeeps glare us away?
Adder's thoughts wandered back to his memories of Sep, always drinking in the loneliness of her room, and then to Gyaf, drunk wherever he could help it. He never considered once that there could be a reason for it.
Hey, so I got this friend, yeah? She's a gazelle with enough money to buy a tavern or 2. Deer wouldn't just turn away someone like that, right? Rich folk are welcome no matter where they go.
I guess if she looked fancy enough.
Money is money, and money makes the world go round.
What are you all saying? You really think deer are going to think of you nicely just because you have some coin? No! You're a gazelle with coin! You run out of money, and you're back back to being a gazelle.
Wealth and power are only secondary to the perception others have of us. And this superficial influence is conditional to what the oppressing ruling class considers non-threatening.
Nerd!
The ruling class only exists to pit the masses against each other.
In order to distract us from our shared plight!
Everyone in the group stared at Ikea in stunned silence.
That's enough tea for you.
And speaking of beverages, there walked a goat with a cup in her hand, and a certain telling wobble. Adder excused himself from the group and headed towards her.
You all right there, ma'am?
The tea was heavily blessed.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely more than leaves in some of these cauldrons. Want me to fetch you some water from the well or something?
No, I'm fine. It brought back memories of the journey here. The merchants called this mix a warm blanket. It was the only way some of them would sleep when we were camping in the open.
That don't sound very safe.
Of course it was safe. I kept watch for them.
Really now? Good for you. Keeping watch is real hard. Everyone thinks staying awake is the tricky part, but it's the boredom, right? Doing the same day after day and nothing happens really gets to you. You know what I'm saying?
I think staying awake was more than enough challenge for me. I'm not really a nightly person, or a coffee one. I was drinking 10 or 12 cups of tea, unadulterated tea, every evening just to keep my eyes open.
Divine beeswax. No wonder you're so jumpy all the time.
Then what's your excuse then?
That I'm a thick skull?
That's your excuse for everything.
Sheesh, Jow. You're a mean drunk.
Well, yes, I'm a Barhan warrior. I have my moments.
The warrior priestess caravan guard moments?
So I have my spear, right? And my shield too. And anytime anyone looked the merchants wrong, I'd strike a pose like kapow!
Jiao demonstrated had Adder laughed so hard that he almost fell on the floor. Our protagonist was about to intervene with his own grand delusions when he felt the tip of something sharp getting dragged across his back of his neck and down his sash. He immediately turned his head back, looking for the thief trying to get their hands on his purse, only to find himself punched across the face by a tiny fist.
No, Ada! I'm so sorry. I wasn't aiming for you. I didn't mean to hit you.
No, it's all right. I think the tea was getting in my head just now. So, thanks for whacking some sense into me. I'm gonna go take it easy for a while.
Adder hobbled towards the first floor. His staff was firmly clasped between his fingers. He'd seen a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness when he got punched back. He was sure of it. But all he found in the forge was Gyoff, snoring dutifully in front of his absent sister.
Bard! Hey, Bard! Wake up! It's time to change shifts. There's a party going on down there, and I feel like they're missing a little something.
Their common sense, maybe?
Adder needn't do more than frown.
Fine. I'll go play for the gazelles. Maybe that'll make them go away faster.
Keep an eye out for Miss Jiao while you're at it. She ain't all that used to crowds, and she got more money than caution.
You should have started there.
Adder mentally apologized to Jiao for the trouble he had willingly unleashed upon her. After confirming that he indeed was alone, Adder took a deep breath. Then he addressed the ceiling.
Boss, you around?
I'm always around for you, Bones. Even when you try to keep me away.
Wrong boss. The creature that dropped down from the rafter was not the boss that Adder was hoping to see, but it was one he expected nonetheless.
You looked like you were having a great time chatting down at the party. I wish you'd be that sociable with us.
Yeah, well, I hear I don't open up easily.
I could prove you wrong.
Oof. Edgar dragged a single claw down Adder's arm, raising the skin under his fur. Like she hadn't just made a threat, Ika proceeded to casually sit down on Adder's makeshift bed and pat in the space by her side, making plenty of room for him to join her.
Is that your army? Do you plan to fight us?
They're not an army. Or at least, they ain't here to fight you.
Who will they fight then?
No one, I hope.
You hope?
I guess they'll fight deer if we end up giving them reasons to.
Eka hummed under her breath.
Will they fight you too?
I don't know. I don't care about any of that. I ain't got a snail in this race. I'm just waiting to...
Adder's eyes darted towards the forge. Ika followed the line of sight, finding nothing but a little flame.
To see Aina again.
Eka's sharp pupils turned back towards Adder once more, seizing him upon the spot.
All right, I'll get you, Aina.
Say what?
I like the crew you hang out with, Bones. The enemies of my enemies are my allies. Unless they're my enemies too, I guess? But let's not think about that tonight.
Ika circled Adder, pausing her knobby, clawed hands over his shoulder.
Your friends are being a wonderful distraction for our purposes. My crew tells me the guard is in such a state of disarray that they hardly notice our presence. That's why I'd like to cede you Aina, to help with any ruminant-related issues that may appear. I'll arrange for her to return to her direct duties overseeing the temple from now on. Consider it a small reward for being such a good, if hard-to-train, pup.
Ika howled at the wind, letting a sharp sound resonate all over the city. Several other howls joined soon thereafter, barely audible over the party.
There. She'll receive her new orders soon.
Thank you.
Thank you for thanking me, pup. But I wasn't the one keeping her from you in the first place. I can't promise I'll be able to keep this arrangement forever, but I'll try. Be nice to me, and I will be nice to you. This is a promise to our continued relationship.
Ika jumped against one of the barred windows, then back to the ceiling.
Did anyone bring cake?
I don't think they did, no.
That's a shame. I tried to ask about it, but apparently I don't have enough money to buy this Chanthurian delicacy, as they called it. It would seem pieces of cake are harder to come by than you made it sound.
I guess I could always make one?
Ah, a piece of cake.
You can do that?
A glimpse of a future involving cakes made by his hand crossed Adder's mind. Of Sec brimming with pride as she savored her new cook's work. Of him eating all the cake he could ever possibly want.
Ah, yes! Thus starts our alternate universe recipe book / cooking romance adventure. The Chef of the Upperfield!
You mean Adder sinned of the upper kitchen?
I mean, I want some cake too.
I could learn how to bake some stuff, but I ain't got no tools, and I hardly got the time to be leaving the temple.
Yeah, fair point. We'll figure out something next time.
Adder's chest only started to fill with air again as he watched Ika scuttle out through the ceiling. She let her body hang upside down one last time.
Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for the deer snack. It was delicious.
The stag's face went pale. He barely managed to wait for Ika's tail to disappear before darting out to find the prisoner that had so easily slipped out of his mind. Oh no. And the key had vanished from his purse. Oh no. Oh god. I was about halfway through reading that when I realized what she did. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna start a riot. Adder ran all the way back to the inner sanctum. The door opened under his hands with a soft push. Oh, he's still there. Barabbas still remained inside, unharmed, like he prayed, no longer tied, however.
Well, well, look who it is now.
Who took these off you?
A gargantuan doe in a hat, I think. All I had to go by was her voice. She took my glasses off and poked me with a skewered potato before releasing me.
Deer snack, of course, a snack for deer. Ida was just messing with him. Adder took a hand to his face and sighed in relief. It didn't last long.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone.
Why, yes! You really shouldn't have. I'm an invaluable asset to the cause, donating my time and knowledge for the sake of it.
Listen, Barabbas, from one thick skull who don't know when to shut up to another. Despite everything you've done, oh gods, I must be drunk. I know you mean well. I want to believe you ain't a bad guy. For real. You've been a hair's width away from getting me killed a couple of times now. But I know that wasn't really what you were going for. You mess up, and you apologize, and you make up for it. That's what a good buck does.
Barabbas silently shimmied with pride that Adder wouldn't afford him.
However, what you were going for makes no difference in the end. You keep talking down to these folk, any folk, and then when someone finally snaps and comes at you, it's them that gets in trouble because justice wasn't made for us.
Justice isn't made, it's a social contract.
That don't matter now. See? You're so convinced whatever you're gonna say is so important that you can't hear a thing outside your own noggin.
Why?
Or maybe your ears are just so stuffed with Papa's gold that no one ever dared tell you to your face you could be a massive, goddamned creep.
What do my family assets have to do with any of this? I don't care about the money or the privilege. It's not my fault I was born with them. What matters is how I use them. And I feel just as strongly about justice as you do.
Man, his voice actor sounds a lot like Yoff.
All I ask in exchange for helping is the gratitude of those I help. What's wrong with wanting that much?
So you ain't doing this for nothing in the end. You're here to hear what a good buck you are. What if no one says that? You gonna turn us in?
Of course not! I have come here because I believe this is right.
Then do right.
Like some other does do. Barabbas sighed. He let himself fall back into the chair, rubbing his forehead, trying to keep an incipient migraine away.
How many more ways can a man apologize, Ada? I truly wish I could do anything else to show I mean it.
I don't know. I kind of stink at apologizing for all the times I gotta do it too. But the one thing I can tell you is that ain't nothing much in this world that words alone can fix. Pa always said that talk is cheap, and if sorry costs a doru, nobody'd ever say the word. Now, I don't think that's 100% right. If you never say you're sorry, how is anyone supposed to know you regret anything at all? But it ain't no cure-all fix-all to get you out of hot water when the deed is done. Sometimes, the right thing to do is shut up and listen to show you care. Others, you gotta get and leave them space to forgive you. And the rest, they may just want to hurt you back for the rest of time. You just gotta try to do right by them. Because you can't just tell folks they gotta forgive you. You don't get to choose who wants you back after failing them. Some mistakes can never be undone.
Adder took a hand to his missing eye.
I'm here giving you a chance because I'm not even brave enough to tell you what I'm making it up to you for. I don't want you to spend the rest of your life apologizing too.
Barabbas stippled his fingers over his lap. He hesitated to look Adder straight in the eye, but he still went above and beyond to try and at least look him in the nose.
I'm sorry for all the trouble I must have caused you. I'll be more careful with what I say and do. I want to help. You are very interesting people, and I want to be friends with all of you.
Good. You've already apologized to me. I can't forgive you for everyone else.
Yes, of course. Where's Elbar's kitchen maid? I'm sure I have a lot of apologizing to do for whatever I said to make her so uncomfortable after the trial.
Elbar's kitchen maid?
The realization hit Adder like a cart running downhill. He nearly broke his jaw, gaping at Barabbas so hard.
You remember Sip?
How could I forget? My face still feels hot where she slapped me.
Sure enough, right at the edge of his cheekbone, there was a bit of singed hair.
You, with me, now!
After an intense race across the temple, which neither deer's body was prepared to handle, they made it to the forge. Adder had put it together quite the situation, brief to alleviate Barabbas' confusion and reduce the possibilities of him getting slapped to the ground again Should Sep come back anytime soon.
Oh, gods above! It can't be!
Shh! Keep your voice down. You never know who could be listening.
How could I ever possibly lower my voice? This is the unthinking life force, the impression of light, the legendary sunlick, the most precious of all alchemic components. I have spent a lifetime and 1,000 liquor barrels trying to recreate this exact phenomenon, Nada. And here it is, right in front of me, taunting me with the ease with which it shows itself to the unversed.
Bearbeth, that's a person.
Yes, thank you for your input. I suppose it may be good to provide some context so that we can understand each other. This fire is not a fire. It is a stabilized version of an anomaly in the natural progression of the Hatsa currents, which traditionally we'd represent in academia as a swirl, or a vortex due to its properties. In extremely simple layman's terms, this is a Hatsa sink. All that comes in contact with it will be irreparably sucked in and disappeared into oblivion.
Right? But that's a person.
Barabbas looked at the fire, then he looked at Adder.
No, it isn't.
Yes, she is! It's just that she's the Yasif, and she was cursed to be forgotten, and... That's about everything I know, really.
So you're saying this is the Jasif? What remains of her, that is?
Yes, she is! It's just that she's the Yasif, and she was cursed to be forgotten.
So you're saying this is
you can actually
the
go
Jasif?
backwards. Oops.
What remains of her, that is? Yes! That would make some degree of sense. The fate her cast on the Jasif Omagebseb, and the legendary technique the Sifi in his court developed to bond their souls to automata. As one single concept. Oh! It wouldn't be too much of a logical leap to assume he learned a way to tie his fate to that of others as a measure of self-preservation in the face of oblivion. An instinct to recreate this bond, pass through all of his current, perhaps. Yes, that would explain how the sunlick remains stable. This Jasif must have bonded to both of us, yet ironically, we are the ones providing energy to her. She's both master and golem.
Hold on. I'm getting lost. What do golems have to do with any of this?
Technically speaking, we are all flesh golems, subject to the whims of our nervous system. But in a practical sense, maybe everything, maybe nothing. The knowledge behind the fabrication of golems was banned and destroyed centuries ago. All we know is that the sunlick was used to create a semblance of life in them. It is consciousness itself. Just picture it. A chemical which could even be applied to a living being to erase previous intentions so that the user could infuse their own will. The Jasif would be capable of overwriting the very base of our decision-making if they could exude this substance naturally. They could have the capacity to make golems out of any of us.
Barabbas sounded exceedingly excited about this. Adder made a point to note to himself that he was surrounded by larger freaks than himself.
I suppose that would mean we share some form of connection too, then. We're bosom buddies! Get it? Because of the marks on your...
Adder paid no heed to Barabbas' musings. His mind wandered back to the space between getting stabbed and suddenly coming to in Sep's rooms trying to save her.
So this really is Yasif's world, and we're all just living in it, huh?
I wonder about that. The sunlick was a famously volatile component, even back when it was commonly synthesized. When exposed to an external power source, golems were known to briefly go mad and then collapse spontaneously into nothing. I don't know whether to blame the curse or Jasif's own nature, but if it is due to their properties being alike, I can only imagine how such fickleness would manifest in an organic body.
I got a general idea. You know, if you need me to sketch it out or something.
Adder and Barabbas looked at each other quizzically. It seemed their conversation had diverged slightly at some point.
Be that as it may, this is, quite literally, a flaw in her existence. She should have been disconnected from the Hatsa a long time ago.
Well, I have it on good authority that she exists. And she's a person, and she's been turned back to being a relatively run-of-the-mill gal before. And Zhao said that other Yasifs change shapes all the time or something.
Indeed. If we look at the Hatsa in its more metaphorical river of emotions interpretation, and consider her existence to be a fragile instability, all it could take to cause such a transformation would be a surge in the current. Whether it be temporary or permanent, willing or unwilling, I'd rather not speculate in that regard. All I can safely say is that she remains in this world because we think that she should be.
What she thinks of it don't make a difference?
Should it?
Adder stepped back, stunned at the question. He'd felt Sep's pain, her void of emotions and the whirlwind of them. He'd witnessed the darkness pit of her melancholy and stored it in his own little box of feelings to pretend it wasn't there. Adder sniffed hard, positive that he didn't want to shed a single tear in front of Barabbas.
I barely qualify as a Tharthagan, but I consider myself a fantastic engineer and a better alchemist. When faced with a puzzle, not even death could pry me away from its mystery until I stumble upon an answer. And here I atone for my sins, friend. For whatever grief I could have caused you or her to prompt this change, I offer you my time, my resources, and all the knowledge I have. I shall build her a body.
What?
Frickin' Frankenstein.
I know it sounds unsettling, but it needn't be. Think of it as a cozy vacation palace to inhabit while she puts her existence in order.
No! I ain't the guy to talk to here. You gotta take this to Chow when she's less wobbly. She's the expert in all things holy. And Gyoff, too. She's a sister. Even Taylor would be.
The sunlick is extremely volatile, as I said. We can't just leave it exposed to the elements the way it is now. The longer we stand by, the likelier it will be for her to cease existing.
I don't know crap about this, okay?
Adder stumbled back.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Just wait a bit more, okay? I need to get some air.
As you wish. I'll settle myself for the time being in the library, then.
Adder nodded, thankful, but barely able to say another word. Adder stood for a good while, merely listening to the echo of Barabbas' footsteps bouncing in the marble slabs. Then came the silence. Old mistress, harrowing companion. Silence always turned our protagonist into an unwise man, because silence was never silent. It brought with its company of wicked thoughts. He was not the man to ask, not today, not ever. He had no power to choose. He shouldn't even be allowed to choose. Every fraction of a second he spent around his friends, he was only making things worse. No matter how he tried, he could not be relied on. And the worst part was, they knew. He was sure they knew. It was only a matter of time before they find out, if they didn't know. And if they didn't know, they should have known. Deserter once, deserter twice. Just a matter of time until they knew he could not be relied on. Adder grabbed his shepherd's crook and set towards the...
I wouldn't take another step if I was you, lad. Curfew's on, and Elbar is feeling much better tonight.
Adder's hand twitched around the wooden staff.
Elagrab! Where did you... How?
You're never going to guess.
Don't get cute with me now! I almost got myself killed because of you! You said you'd be waiting for me all day. Why weren't you?
Why? Now that's a great question. I don't even know where to start. Elbar gets pokered in the head, the Desert Rose goes kaboom during an eclipse, and then 200 barhands leave their jobs to congregate around an Ibex priestess and her row translator in the abandoned temple of a missing god.
Sounds like a busy day.
Kick a hornet's nest and ask me why I'm running around. Oh, Ada, you've always had a knack for making my job hard.
That wasn't my... I never meant for any of this to happen. I just wanted to...
Oh, no, kid. Don't get me wrong. I'm not mad at you. Quite the opposite. I'm honestly kind of impressed. I wouldn't have taken you for the revolutionary kind. Some people spend their whole lives trying to earn their way into what you've stumbled into, you know? You're just oozing with star quality, my boy. Like a natural disaster.
Illigrab, no, I ain't got nothing to do with this, I swear. And even if I did, there's more important stuff going on. The beasts.
Ah, yes. The beasts. The beasts certainly would be an impediment to the guard coming in to nip a riot in the bud.
You don't believe me?
Illigrab exhaled slowly, ruffled every needle under his nose. He combed his mustache with his fingers pensively.
Come on, Adder. You have to admit it's all a little too convenient. Far-fetched, even for you. What would you have me do if I were to believe you?
I don't know, anything! I feel like I'm losing my mind! I can't handle this alone.
Alone? Adder, look around you! You've drawn yourselves a crowd! A fervent mass of devout followers heeding the every word of a naive young ibex that was sweeping the floor just yesterday, and a row who can't even get hanged right! Carnivores should be the last thing on your mind right now.
Indeed, Strangelove. It's like, yeah, I mean, the tree's seen a few things. Adder hung his head. He'd never heard that word before, but he didn't need to. He immediately knew what Illigrab was implying. Even though he'd been so naive as to think the tree man would believe him. Adder's reality was still turned all the bleaker in just a few words. Illigrab sidled towards him, shuffling his feet as he did any time he felt like being inconspicuous.
I don't know what's keeping you here, but I know for a fact you wouldn't be dawdling around if you could help it. I don't have to tell you, right? Nothing good ever comes from being in the spotlight.
Make one mistake. Take a step in the wrong direction, and everything goes up in flames.
As Sepp would put it, yes. One could say that's a rather positive outlook. You know what smart people do, my boy? They always keep a bucket of water at hand.
And you were my bucket of water?
No, kiddo. I'd never run out of fires to put out. I'm on cleaning duty after the show. Your bucket of water, well, I suppose you are the only one who can decide what that looks like.
Adder couldn't bear to even speak of the actual fires he had to mind. He wouldn't have said such a thing out loud. It'd be just yet another problem for Illigrab to make light of. Always one to pick up the mood, though not always keen on respecting it. The tree man put his helmet on and made his leave. Still, Adder spoke one last time.
Is this how it's gonna be every time? You're just gonna keep on running away with your tail between your legs whenever I need you and then act like we're still friends?
Bleak night approached, one gust at a time. Illigrab's leaves sowed in the wind.
Someday, you'll understand.
With that, he disappeared in the night, changing exactly nothing at all. Silence again, but this time the deer could pick up the soft creaking of the flame in the fire pit over the hurricane of his own thoughts. When at last they were alone, Adder sat down next to the fire.
Hey, Sip. You heard all that?
The flames flickered in response.
I don't know if I'll ever understand, but I don't get a single thing right now. I think I'm just stalling at this point, because what if I said, let's do this, but then you wake up and I messed everything up and you get mad at me? Oh, gods, what am I saying? We're not talking about you, Adderson. What I'm trying to say is, I want you to be happy. No matter what. If I can't make sure that's going to be the case, I shouldn't be the one making decisions for you.
Applauses and whoops in the distance interrupted this moment of reflection. Adder perked his head up slightly, trying to see if he could catch a glance at whatever was happening in the crowd.
There's a whole party going on out there, you know. I think it's supposed to be a strike, but it's more like a festival in your honor. I'm not sure if you're into that sort of thing, but maybe you would have liked it if we went together. Could have been fun. Tell you a secret? I know it's hard to believe now, but Adderson Hardestag, son of Gerfot, was never much of a crowd's buck either. Especially taverns. All the music and noise pound my head like nothing else. But It was the one place where folks were drunk enough to be nice to me. Maybe I'd even make a friend or two if they felt like pouring their hearts out. I don't drink to feel good, but I'd drink ooze if it made others feel good about me.
The fire continued burning. That was enough.
You've always been great at listening, you know. I'm seeing that now. Nobody else in the city would let me get a word in, but you always cared so much about everything I said. I wonder if I ever let you speak like that. And speaking of not speaking, if Eka ain't messing with me, Aina should be back soon. I don't know how soon is soon, but I'm really looking forward to seeing her again. It's not even been 2 days, and I'd do anything to have y'all back. Soon can't be soon enough. I need you. Both of you. I'm half the man I am when you're not around. Hang in there, love.
No reply. There never would be one, no matter what he said. Adder knew this deep down. But knowing was not enough to stop him. He couldn't resign to this fate for either of them. He needed something. Anything. He needed to know she was still there. Just as this thought started to threaten to turn into a whole new spiral, one of the coals snapped and crackled, sending her bells on a short roll across the fire. They bumped against each other and the bricks on their sudden getaway, but not a sound came out of them. Adder felt like a fool, and at the thought that followed, he did. But he still lifted a hand and reached into the forge, careful not to disturb the fire.
No, no.
The sun rose yet another day, and with it, her caretaker. Adder stretched his back very slowly, trying to soothe both the soreness from his many wounds and the terrible backache inherent on sleeping on a pile of charcoal. The fire looked good. The morning was bright, and the beasts almost always left with the dark in his mind. Adder grabbed his newly decorated cane and his best shirt, kindly rescued from Gyoff's home as a bleeding peace offering, and set out to patrol the first floor. Jiao wasn't sleeping in the kitchen like the night before, and only the gods knew where and when Gyoff may have found a bed. It probably wouldn't be long until the priestess made her way up, knowing her. Might as well make get some breakfast started, and tidy up a little, and dust some cobwebs and... Adder turned his head when he caught the faintest echo of a tiny pair of hooves, climbing up the stairs leading toward the forge at midday. He called out from the kitchen, waving a spatula at the goat.
My, oh my! If it ain't the soul of the party herself! How you doing, Jiao? Any real big ladies keep you on the tip of your holiness last night?
No, yes, but no. I was too overwhelmed trying to keep up for any of that. I got dragged into a group that kept using difficult words and talking about complex things, and I didn't really know how to excuse myself politely, so I waited for you, but you never came back.
That's what I sent you for.
Your friend played a couple of incredibly bawdy songs and then scurried off to who knows where with a man on each arm.
Right. Yeah, I ought to seen that one coming.
No, he didn't come. He left. I need you with me to handle these matters, Adder. My Sirna's not nearly at the level to speak about local taxation and power decentralization.
That makes two of us. Besides, I'm doing what I'm meant to do, priestess. Minding the fire till the forge master returns. I'm sure you can fend for yourself just fine. You're just worrying too much.
Jiao leaned back next to Adder, grabbing a cup of tea he'd prepared for the group. It had a long, dark, and bitter from overbrewing.
Adder, I understand that your duty to the Jasif always comes first. Your level of devotion is truly commendable.
She put a hand on his arm and smiled.
But what about your duty to your friends? Your friends who really need you to translate day-to-day conversations for them so they don't accidentally say dirty words in front of 300 people?
Oh, perhaps I could be of assistance. I don't mean to give myself airs, but I have several years of experience presenting my self-edited thesis among scholars. A crowd with such limited amount of higher education should pose no challenge.
Zhao took a long, polite sip of her cup.
What is he doing here?
Adder opened his mouth, but Barabbas immediately extended his arm in front of him.
Please, friend. This is a battle I must face alone. Allow me to express myself. I know that I am prone to speaking out of turn, and I realize that I have committed many a mistake in my life. But I am firmly determined to make up for all of them. I must apologize for upsetting you, good miss. Dialectal variations are perfectly valid from a communicative point of view. Acta Mursirian Besaktet has as much right to exist as its classic Besaksaran counterpart. You have to admit, however, it's obvious that when it comes to written text, that codification provided by the classic standards make legibility much easier and...
He wants to stop being a pest, and I figured making mistakes somewhere I can keep an eye on him is the way to go.
I trust you well enough as a judge of character, Ada, but he is not going to be making mistakes near the congregation anytime soon.
No worries. I don't plan on letting him get himself killed. So, you were saying something about big words?
Right! Everyone was talking to me at once and I couldn't understand a word anymore. I think I managed to set up some appointments for the afternoon if you, wouldn't mind stalling their words a little so I have time to process them.
Yeah, you got it, priestess. I'll make up for last night.
Oh, on that tangent, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed?
Yeah, no. Gelf's gonna be out of the picture for a while, so I reckon you're gonna have to handle this one on your own, Zhao.
Barabbas briefly recapitulated the same explanation he'd given Adder the previous night, in Basaket this time. Zhao took a hand to her face, pressing the offer in silence.
I'm not an alchemist like you, and I don't know the last thing about Sephihet. Given our history, I'm positive that the academies in Akathor didn't save more than the texts that benefited them. I have spent my entire life learning about matters of the spirit, and from what little I understand of the anatomy of the soul, I believe that if you went ahead with this, in her current state, you would merely be building a column.
Well, yes, that's the idea.
Excuse me?
Barabbas! What? It's just a temporary measure. A little test run, if you will, until we learn of a better way.
I will not allow you to use the Jasif for your experiments!
Then you will have her die of exposure.
You're overlooking all the ethical implications of doing such a thing. Imagine you woke up one day inside a lifeless marble body. What would you think?
I would be overjoyed.
Zhao glared at Barabbas for way longer than she needed to. Then she turned to the next deer.
Ada, you knew her well. What would the Jasif think?
Alright. She'd hate it, or does it matter now? I'm gonna be right back. I gotta grab a drink of water here. Ugh. So I'm guessing you're leaning on does it matter now?
She won't have a whole lot of space to think about her looks if she dies.
I'm not even sure if she could think as a golem.
Oh, probably not. But it's not like she's going to have much need for her independent intellect in the foreseeable future. Right?
The look in Adder and Zhao shared each other was one never before seen in history in Dakna. It was that of two people somehow both encouraging and dissuading each other from committing a murder.
I will not allow you to turn her into a moving machine. That's final.
And who named you head of the ethics committee?
Adder turned his one eye towards Barabbas, and then towards his open palm.
Understandable. I shall find a way to protect her while we waste time searching for an alternative solution.
That's better.
Hello? Miss Priestess? Are you available yet?
Huh? What are they doing here? I said to meet me in the afternoon.
It is indeed past midday.
But it's not even lunchtime yet.
Oh, good! So it's not just a chancery thing then!
We need to get dressed. Come on, Adder.
Adder started running, but quickly changed his mind.
If I leave you alone with the fire, am I gonna return to something weird?
Nah.
Just keep him in the sunlight.
Oh, what an expressive adage. I suppose it means you should keep an eye on me.
I'd keep both if I had them.
There she is!
The newly dolled up goat and deer rushed to the open gates and led a select group into the temple, leaving Barabbas behind in the cloister just to make extra sure he wasn't going to get up to any experimental antics. The patio was filled to the brim with gazelles waiting for their return.
Ciao, bud! How many folks did you schedule at the same time?
Zhao and Adder stepped up to the altar in front of the statue.
I believe that couple over there were the first to ask.
Adder relayed the message, and so they stepped forward.
Yeah, so yesterday's stunt was really nice and all, but you still didn't answer our questions.
Not that we doubt your wisdom, Priestess. Getting to know each other was a really poignant moment, and I'm sure you must be busy talking to the Yasif and all. We're just wondering if you,
Do you have enough food to feed us for as long as the strike lasts? Or do you expect us to raid our pantries every day? Because I was promised fruit.
I told you it was a metaphor!
Adder and Zhao excused themselves to the colonnade. After making sure that nothing had gotten lost in translation, they both stared at quietly reflecting on the problem.
I don't understand this strike thing, but is it customary to feed disciples in the temples of Heirloom?
They hand out a fig leaf and a garlic clove and amais on first day, but it's more trouble than it's worth.
This is a historical need, in a historic moment, however. Is it not the duty of religious structures to feed the people when the local administration fails them?
That's regrettably a good point. We must avail for the well-being of our disciples, especially if the famine in the city is as terrible as I've heard. Let's share our pantry with them.
Say what? If we feed everyone here, we'll run out of food for ourselves in no time!
We can always get more. Our goodwill shall be repaid to us in time.
You sure fell right off the turnip cart, priestess.
Adder took a hand to his face, lamenting the loss of his own innocence, not to mention his old protective layer of fat.
You need not suffer needlessly, my friends. I will be happy to surrender all my assets to the cause.
How many assets are those?
The entirety of the pantry in my lodging and the few durandon I brought with me. We would have infinitely more resources if I had access to the Askadeth household, but I believe this should help us last a couple of days.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah, Yeah, I suppose we can always figure out other ways to get food as we go.
Zhao and Adder walked back to the congregation. A young man was about to speak up when a sable rider rammed into the gates and stormed onto the patio, cutting himself a path on the back of a pillow. Odd mutters and exclamations of sacrilege and disrespect accompanied him as he dismounted his ride, but he paid them no mind.
Priestess, Etor the Rebuke addresses you. I was born under a different name, to miners ruined and captured in Vought, where the Imperial law may as well have been written on leaves. My parents were worked to death, and I paid their debt in blood. This is the loyal Aram. Many travelers have died a painful death, stomped under her roots, and all the burden she's known was stolen. And yet, when I heard your divine message, Aram knew to ride here as fast as she could. I do not seek forgiveness, nor am I looking to change my ways. All I ask is that you allow me to unsheath my sword for you from now on. My armed band and I will proudly provide for those who fight for a future free of pain for all Baran kind.
What a hefty load of crap! Amu yes Monty, Amu for my friends. Friends that died on the road at the hands of people like Eddie here. So trust me when I say, food shouldn't come at the cost of grieving widows. Don't get the name of this reputable cause mixed up with the likes of him. Whatever it is you need, I have the connections necessary to procure it. At a fair price, of course.
Merchants! You would dare pull your siblings into your racket?
I would never. Fair is fair, however, and I don't expect our dear countrymen would lend a hand to our cause out of the goodness of their hearts.
Their hearts will be opened to us, or they will be opened by us.
Gorgeous words. They'll look great on our death record after you get us all hanged.
Now, why don't we all take a deep breath and...
Silence! I'll have the tongue of whoever dares interrupt me again!
Eider drew his sword, filling the patio with screams and a sudden avalanche of people trying to get out. Before the chaos could grow into a calamity, a shadow leapt onto the floor from the roof and crossed the crowd, quick as the wind. Eider looked at his hand. He no longer had a sword.
What?
In the center of the offertory, there stood a white-haired smith, bending a sword into a shape of a ladle with her bare hands.
Aina!
What in the name of the three is that thing?
Fool! Look what you've done! You've angered the priestess's guardian golem!
No, that ain't it. She ain't no golem.
Each and every single one of Ina's steps left a crater on the flagstones beneath, as she lunged towards the raider and lifted him up off the ground.
Priestess, please! I didn't mean to offend. Stop the golem!
She ain't no...
Basidupse, please, stop this.
Adder felt the air escape from his lungs when he finally opened his eye. Jiao was standing in front of him, armed and ready to throw herself at the creature, trembling all the while.
I don't know why you came, or what you're looking for, but I will not allow you to hurt these people. If it's a fight you're looking for, fight me. I beg you.
Ina stared at Jiao for the longest time, unmoving, unresponsive. Adder knew what he had to do, but it still hurt.
Aina!
Drop it. Aina immediately opened her hand and let the bandit fall to the ground like a dead weight. She quickly returned to Adder's side, ignoring the spear pointed at her. There she simply turned to stand behind Adder's back. Jiao turned her eyes towards Adder, frightened and confused. "She's with me," he whispered under his breath, hoping Jiao would catch it. Then he turned his attention to the sparse crowd that still remained on the patio.
Everything's under control. We can...
A short tug on his sleeve. He looked down to find Jiao still trembling.
No, sorry. The priestess has asked me to inform y'all that we are all out of time and she needs to return to tending to the Asif. We got enough taters to feed all y'all for a couple of days. We'll figure out the rest as we go.
Complaints and musings and the rare thank you followed.
I'll be round and available to anyone that got more questions to pass on to her. If anyone gives you crap, just holler and me and my friend Aina will drop right by. No shanks or swords, or she'll be the one y'all be talking to.
With that, the impromptu open hours meeting was adjourned. No one dared utter another word as they walked out. Adder offered his hands for Jiao to hold on to, but she just shook her head and walked to the back on her own strength, clinging to her spear. Once the gates were locked, Adder finally had time to turn his attention to the returning newcomer.
Boss, I'm so happy to see you! I couldn't believe it when I heard you'd be back.
Aina looked up at Adder vacantly. Jiao couldn't help flinching at the sight.
Your boss is,
Golem? No, course not. They got that wrong. This is my boss, Aina, the prettiest smith in the city. Also known as the short sister of the tall lady you like so much. Come on, wave high or something, won't you?
Aina shook her left hand and right mechanically, all the while wearing an empty expression. It was the straight opposite of the face Barabbas made when he saw her.
Gods above! Is that a golem with female features? This could be the solution to all our problems!
Barabbas, come on! Not you two! We've been over this. This is Aina. Remember? The whole reason why I punched you in the face when we met?
Now it was Barabbas' time to stare.
'Cause you cut up her clothes trying to prove she was a golem?
Nope, nothing.
You got a note that said she'd let you explore or whatever in exchange for saving me.
Oh, don't be silly. Even the most advanced scribe golems can only write down dictation. A golem with free will. I'll gladly take up your offer to examine her, though.
I don't care what she is. I'll get him if you don't.
Adder put his hands over his face and dragged his snout down.
I can't deal with this right now. I'm gonna tell Pertuk she's back. Just keep an eye on her, okay? She's her own person, but don't let her get in trouble.
Jiao looked at the menacing girl in front of her, then back at Adder. She nodded unsurely. The stairs that led to the Master's Tower in the great temple of Hirab were encapsulated in as narrow a tunnel as possible, so as to discourage visitors. In yesteryears, the master of the temple would retreat to the tower to consider philosophical and religious matters, away from the library and noise of the common halls. Adder navigated to the oppressive staircase in the dark, passing a hand through the slightly moist rock that made up the walls. He'd never climbed the stairs to the studio tower of the Temple of Hirab, not even to sweep the dust. Much like the disciples of yore, Adder knew that what he would be coming to if he bothered the master during his philosophical retreat, his daily nap as it were. Still, he had no choice but to knock on the door. No response. He knocked again.
Mr. Pertuk, sir! Good news! Aina's back! Just thought you'd like to know.
No, she's not.
What do you mean she's not? She's downstairs.
The moon is not watching, and the sun is far too low. My daughter is too scared of the dark to come out.
Okay. But she's downstairs if you want to talk to her.
I'm trying to rest. You'll pester someone else.
Sure thing, sir. So sorry to bother you with awful good news. My bad for trying to do anything for my old patron.
Son of Gerthad, keep her away from the fire, or you'll have 2 corpses to mourn instead of 1.
Adder kept his back turned against the door for a moment. Against his better judgment of basic common sense, he marched at last into the merchant's room. Inside he found a room full of maps, charts, and all sorts of mathematical and nautical instruments. Adder would never fully understand. A little sky door illuminating the ceiling, and all the windows were shut except for one. Seeking the last few remnants of the warm sunlight before the bleak night, on the frayed mat, a weak, decrepit old man sat tucked into a rocking chair. Adder's chest billowed with a sigh.
Sir, I know you don't give half a damn about me, and that's a good thing right now, 'cause I'm 2 hairs short of going bald, and I need to tell it to someone straight. I'm real darn tired of everyone speaking riddles around me. What can I help with? What do you need? Say the word and I'll go and get it done.
You? Humbug! You're messing with forces you don't understand. Tottering about like a newborn fawn. Powerless.
I'm not. I've gotten so much done in just a few days. I'm cleaning up my act, doing things for my friends. I'm trying to be better.
So you're powerless with a smile. Burn as bright as you want now. That flame isn't bound to last long. Youth truly is wasted on the young.
Please, give me something to work with here.
I'll give you something, all right. A new bump on that hollow turnip you call a skull. You want orders? Take your crap and leave my temple immediately, like I said! Go get lost in the steppes where they will never find you!
Podok's maddening screams were cut short by a strong coughing fit. His entire body seemed to sink into his chair, turned a few hundred years older yet.
If I could afford to be as foolish as you, I would run. Run where guilt could never find me.
Yeah, well, I ain't like you.
No, you're powerless.
Why am I even talking to you? You're just some bitter know-all geezer who spends his days screaming at anyone that'll listen and saying terrible things about his daughter because she can't argue back. I don't need your opinion.
On that, we agree.
Adder left the tower in a huff.
Did he?
No, I don't know what the question is, but no. Where's Aina?
She, wandered off somewhere, despite my insistence that she stay.
Yeah, she'll do that. Don't let Bearbeth follow her around, though, or I'll...
Adder swung his staff in the air. It got stuck on the rafters. A string of extremely colorful curses followed.
Ada? How are you feeling today?
Adder stopped swearing at last. He turned his face away from the staff for a moment.
I'm fine. Why?
Jiao lowered her head. She scanned the floor, looking for conversation starters. He caught a little bit of the temperament of the red guy, it looks like.
I thought you may be hungry?
Adder halted again. He took a hand to his bruised, caved-in stomach.
Huh. I guess I ought to be, yeah.
Jiao nodded her hands toward her own private pile of uncooked tubers. Adder meant to make up an excuse, but he couldn't refuse Jiao's considerate insistence. Once the potato was in his hand, he examined its weight. A large, hefty tuber. A healthy spud, if you will. Without another word, he turned and hurled the potato at the crook of his staff. Finally keeling it off the beam and onto the ground. Adder grabbed his crutch and lifted it in the air for Jiao to see.
Woo! That's what I call a sharp eye! Did you see that?
Toss a potato again. I dare you.
Adder had never used a fool as a projectile again for the remainder of his life. Though he had spent a long time in the Temple of Hero, our protagonist's little foray into the tower showed him how little he knew about the place. While he wasn't allowed to wander in principle, Adder had still had time to find his own favorite places, spots that provided him with some semblance of calm when Aina got on his nerves or the forge became a bit too much. He walked towards a shaded corner in the street behind the library, with a nice, warm, somewhat battered ash-baked potato on his hands.
Translator, come this way.
Like a clerk being bothered during lunch break, Adder turned reluctantly towards the voice that called out to him. He immediately recognized it as Aitor's, the rider who had stirred trouble in the offertory. But what was he going to do? Say no to the bandit? Adder dragged his feet towards the buttress Aitor was leaning against. The sable buck took a thoughtful hand to his neck and mane before speaking.
Apologize to the priestess on my behalf. I did not mean to cause such a scene. Strength is the way to impose order where law falters, and I misjudged my own position towards her. She is brave and did not hesitate to fight where I cowered. She has my respect for it.
Aitor's eyes then slid rightwards of Adder. The boy followed his line of sight, confused, only to be startled and nearly slam the potato against Ina's face.
It's clear to me now that the creature is bound to you, not her. It's good that she has people with such skills around her. You have great power at your disposal.
I ain't got nothing at my disposal. Aina ain't here to fight. She's here to help us.
That makes no difference to me. I only wanted you to know that I will not apologize to you, but I will not draw a weapon against you or anyone here again. Not without good reason.
Much obliged.
Tell the priestess that if she will have me, my offer remains the same. I will bring whatever her followers need. I will slay whoever she needs slain. And if she renounces my help, I will ride, never to be seen again. For now, I see that our people have nowhere to rest. I will have my trees of burden bring in our accommodations to share as a sign of goodwill. Tell the priestess that Itor the Rebuke did this because he wished to.
Adder nodded and started walking back towards the library. Entrance now in the company of Ina.
Tell the priestess that Itor the Rebuke did this because me. Can you believe that guy?
A potato-stuffed snout turned immediately to find a man sidling towards Adder. He would have recognized a merchant like this one a mile away. Moo was the sort of man that walked like he'd seen the entire world twice or thrice. And he'd probably see it in a fourth, too. He was the kind that came to his village every few moons, carrying tales bigger than life and little trinkets for the children. Of course, he came down from Tantroo. Adder allowed himself a morsel of fast-talking, tall tale-telling, national pride somewhere in his battered old heart.
How are you doing after all that, translator? Sorry to call you translator, by the way. I call you by your name, but I just realized I don't even know what you're called.
Oh, it's Adderson if you're mad, and Adder for everything else.
Adderson! Why, that name barely sounds out of place here. No, I'm just pulling your leg. It's a pleasure, Otter. Thank you for your work. Baitat knows we would all be turning rocks looking for a Basektet speaker without you.
We could have gotten your mother right.
Why, I've never had my mother brought up so nicely. Tell you what, though, if she wasn't already an urn, she would have been smitten dead on the spot at the mention of a Jasif.
Moo took a cup to his snout in a sort of impromptu toast to the departed.
Drat! 5 minutes talking to a raider, and now I got the manners of one, eh? Otter, my boy, would you care for some tea?
I'm good, thank you.
More for me, then. And you know what? I'm going to need it. Sheesh, didn't think I'd make it out alive today. Bandits, sure, I've seen heaps of them. Blades are blades, and blades you can buy. But golems, whew, you don't see those every day.
Ain't no...
Yeah, you can say that again. Hey, tell the priestess that if she ever tires of it, she already knows someone who'll take it right off her hands. Her buddy Moo could use an extra arm or two to stick it up to the treasurer. Ha-ha!
Moo patted Adder on the back, cackling loudly until eventually the laughter died out into an annoying chuckle.
Look, just between you and me, I'm not all that sold on this whole whatever this is. I'm a Boron since the day I was born, of course. And I want to make sure everyone has a better life and whatnot. But if we don't watch who we mingle with, the whole offertory bit is going to become our daily routine, right? And the neighbors will complain. Oh, these gazelles are being noisy. They're a problem, just like we thought. We give the guards one tiny little excuse to show up on our doorstep, and you know where this whole thing is headed?
Down the sewers.
Moo tapped on his snout.
You tell the priestess that for me, yeah? To keep it civil and respectable. I'm willing to put a few coins and wares towards the cause, as long as it's safe for everyone.
Adder nodded, in the manner of the people who absolutely have no way of making any wise commitment tend to. Deep down, this sounded wrong. He could hardly imagine a civil and respectable fight for anything, much less whatever this was. Set on this tangent, his mind wandered far from the conversation. Would he have to find ways to rely on secret messages from now on? It sounded like the kind of wink-wink, nudge-whisper that absolutely did not account for having a middleman. Or maybe it did. Maybe a fall guy was just what Mew and Ikor wanted. With a flimsy, mumbled excuse, Adder plodded off to find himself a priestess, closely followed by Aina. No matter how much Jiao insisted she needed him to be thorough to get through a conversation, he was convinced he needed her doubly so. He didn't belong here. Adder's escape plan was cut short by a couple of gazelles standing conspicuously on the way to the entrance.
Y'all got a message for the priestess too?
Yeah, tell the potatoes were kind of stale.
Nuff whacked Kurosawa on the back of the head.
We just wanted to tell you personally that we're very sorry for what happened yesterday.
Oh, you mean the whole... No, you were right too, I'm sure. I mean, I am a horn eater after all. That's no skin off my back these days.
No, we don't mind what you... It was our fault for assuming you were trying to pull something on us.
No, it's all right. It's my bad for not explaining myself properly.
No, it's...
Gods! How long are you gonna keep this up? You're both sorry. I still think this is a scam. Let's move on and leave the Etour alone already.
Chups up! I'm so sorry about him. He's had some issues with...
Dear?
People, in general. Please don't tell your friend to smite him. He's a lot, but he's all right.
I got a friend just like that. He'd be a massive bigot if he weren't so short. And I don't know if they'd be best friends or mortal enemies.
Yeah?
Adder and Nuff stared at each other awkwardly. The stag barely held back the need to slap himself in the face for having said such a hideous thing, just to keep the conversation going.
I think I'm just gonna go now.
Adder sighed into his hands.
Hey, y'all seen Gyoff anywhere around?
Though he couldn't quite explain the scene he was witnessing in the library, Adder was quite sure he'd stumbled upon a battlefield. Books lay scattered across the floor. Barabbas and Jiao were sitting on opposite ends of the room, facing their respective corners.
I'm positive that foitoik as an adjective refers to bronze.
And I'm telling you, it means brass.
What would you know? I bet you don't even know what those alloys are composed of.
I don't need to know how to make something to know what it means in my own language.
To call it your own language, when only one of us can read classic Basaktet with any fluency?
I'm gonna go get dinner ready while y'all focus on your stuff.
Thank you, that'd be great.
Cheers, Edda.
The second Adder turned around, the academic insults came back in full force. The cloister was no longer the quiet place it had been during Adder's employment. It remained empty, yes, but now it was flooded with conversations coming from the yard at the other side of the gate. He could hear them all the way to the back of the kitchen. And then there was Aina, quietly walking a few steps behind him. Her feet didn't knock a single noise out of the flagstones.
I wonder what that was all about. I always thought the studying types would get along great. I'm sure they got lots of fancy stuff to talk about. Fancier insults for sure. Smart people get territorial about their brain stuff. Just look at Sip.
Aina didn't make the slightest sound in response to that affirmation. It was odd. There was no space for silence in the walkways filled with distant words. But their whispers didn't calm Adder's anxiety the way that Aina's stillness did. Once in the kitchen, Adder laid down his mise en place assortment of terrifyingly sharp knives and acceptable rank potatoes and started preparing dinner, sending glances toward Ina every so often.
Hey, you know that potato I was eating before? I cooked it. I can cook now. Sorta. I mean, I just cut things, then heat them up for a bit, toss some salt on them and all, but hey, baby steps. I feel like I'm not doing too bad for myself.
He almost juggled a knife up in the air to make his point. But decided the point was fine, where it was, actually.
Wish I'd come to my senses about this stuff earlier. I could have helped you a lot. I would have been less nasty about all sorts of things. Maybe I could have even cooked something for you. But you don't eat. Not really.
Adder knew that he was in the vicinity of the truth, but not quite on the right street. Ina did eat. Everything that lived ate. Shep had proved as much. The boy stared at his ex-boss in the musky darkness of the kitchen. His eyelid flickered for a moment. His fingers curled in and out, refusing to heed the future his thoughts were setting for them.
I'm sorry, Ana. I gotta try to. Please forgive me.
Adder put the fleshy side of his arm inside of Ina's mouth and flinched, knowing where the pain that was coming. In one quick, fearless motion, Adder snapped Ina's jaw shut over his own skin. He held his breath not to scream, neither from the pain or the sight of blood trickling down her fangs.
No!
In a twisted, horrible way, there was something that looked right about Ina's white teeth and furred smear with blood. Something dormant in the back of Adder's brain knew that this was the way things were supposed to go. Adder paid the thought no mind. He forced his way through the terrifying vision, just to find Ina remaining motionless as she was before.
Guess I'm not magical enough for you. Oh, shit. I need to wash this. Dinner time, y'all!
Adder finally arrived at a rare used dinner hall with a remade potato stew and a bandage that covered a good chunk of his arm. Diao and Barabiz were both waiting for him at the table, though they were still not willingly exchanging a single look. The makeshift cook set a ceramic bowl in the middle and let some of the salt rain over it, in a manner of a knowledgeable chef. The priestess finally looked up from her ire upon being offered a plate, only to jump in her seat at the sight before her.
Ada, what happened?
I went and cut myself while cooking.
You cut your arm while cooking?
Oh, that's not so rare. You should see how many times I've stabbed myself trying to learn how to use a scalpel with my left hand. Granted, I lack any feeling in my right arm, so it may be a slightly different case.
Ain't nothing that'll kill me. Really. I'm fine.
I won't tell you what to do, but keep in mind that exertion only makes recovery longer. We're all adults here, and we're perfectly capable of cooking for ourselves.
Actually, we could get some servants to...
You'll learn.
I'll be fine, as I said. Now how about y'all? Found anything interesting, or you just spent all evening glaring daggers at each other?
Zhao and Barabiz shared a quick glance on Q. Their eyes softened as they nodded with a reluctant understanding.
We believe we may be onto something.
Emphasis on may.
Barabiz leaned towards one of the book piles they'd insisted on bringing into the dining hall, and set out to grab a clay tablet. Adder knew this was called a codex by proximity of Zhao's mind, but this told him very little about their use.
Charts of the Many One, a rare pre-Jasific document that survived the legendary purification, or to put it bluntly, the horrific literary cleanse that the Third Dynasty subjected their own libraries to when the Jasifs were first divinized. It would seem to imply that the first indications we have of anything resembling Jasif were a socio-magical anomaly, as we previously established. Shapeshifters of sorts. People who could manipulate their own appearance in the eyes of others.
Seem, because this is extremely sacrilegious.
These proto-Yasif were known as delicate people who should be cared for and kept away from any sort of effort, for they would quite literally combust when presented with tasks they could not bear. This may be how their reverence started.
It's not, but okay.
The many one would be assigned a Sephi in charge of returning them back to their original shape. This was done through a ritual, where they were provided some sort of alchemic element that could recompose their character.
But that's the one place where I can speak with any authority. Sephi often wrote about the mental state of Joseph. Biased as they might have been, we know their role in the court was to provide daily guidance, so as to avoid any sort of catastrophe. I always took it to mean a general downfall for the population at the hands of a single tyrant, as was the case with Amagebseb. But, it would seem they meant something far more casual to them. Something like...
The library is filled with records of young Joseph bursting into flames at the mildest annoyance, which apparently serves to explain the Basaxaran insistence on using codices for official documents, despite having access to cellulose.
Okay, so all I got from that was that once upon a time, Fawn's exploding was kind of normal, and Barha magicians knew how to glue 'em back together real good.
Yes!
Pretty much.
I see! I'm going to bed. Y'all figure this one out on your own.
What Adler didn't realize is that bedtime would entail several hours of completely unresponsive Ina standing in front of the charcoal pile staring down at him. Dark, dark, dark and quiet. Shouldn't it be morning by now? Purple beads in the night, his only company.
Oh, morning, boss.
Morning, Mother.
I can never get used to you talking.
Adder opened his eye at last. Ina left. He was alone.
I forgot to ask if she wanted breakfast.
Adder looked around. It had been a while since the forge was quite so dark, even in the middle of the night.
I'd love breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Ina took my arms.
I'm going to tell Sep about this.
No, please, don't tell Sep. Anyone but her!
Eka ran off, muttering things through the forge.
Don't, no! I'll be in trouble! That'll kill him!
Okay, this is amusing. Adder tried to get up, only to fall to his knees. Even forced to grovel, he ran towards his mangled body. Roots started falling from the skies, trapping him in their vines. A star ahead exhausted into a white light.
Sep! Sep!
Adder!
Adder could feel the sweat running down his neck, his brow, and his back. His arms hurt like they'd been torn from his body.
It was a dream. You're okay. Sep, the Joseph is okay.
You sure?
Joe nodded hesitantly, clearly taken aback by the question.
I was just headed to the dormitory when I heard you screaming.
So sorry. That must have scared you. I get these weird dreams every so often. And, you know, I just gotta be a loudmouth, even while I sleep.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I'm fine. Real fine. In fact, this was a good thing. I feel all gross and sticky now, so I'm just gonna go take a quick bath, and then I'll be back and ready to attack.
Adder ran away before he can garner any more sympathy. The water running through the temple's pipes were cold, hard, and tasted about as you'd expect from water from a well that hadn't received any maintenance in 400 years would taste. But it was no more than Adder felt that he deserved, and it was enough to scrub away all the grime sticking to his skin and the blood that had hardened into scabs. After lathering himself in a brace of soap and burning away any lingering fear, Adder finally emptied one last bucket over himself. He stood there alone, with an empty receptacle in his hands for a moment. Noiselessly, he lowered the bucket over his antlers and stuck his head in it. Then he screamed.
Why didn't you listen to Sip? Why'd you have to go and play the hero? Idiot, idiot, idiot!
He banged on the bucket, time and again, until silence finally seemed to quiet down.
That's settled then. Screw the beast and screw all this. We're running away when she's back.
Adder nodded to himself. He turned around to leave, only to find Ina facing him vacantly with a towel on her arm.
Oh, thank you, boss.
Adder made a grab for the towel. He wiggled his fingers with apprehension as he observed Ina's face. He put his face as closely as he dared to hers, and stared intently into her eyes, doing his best to keep her sopping wet fur out of the way.
You're in there somewhere, right?
If she was hiding as usual.
Sip would have known how to bother you right back to normal. Maybe she'd have called you a good girl? Is that what you want?
Adder patted Ina's head tentatively. No response.
Anyway, out with you now. I don't think jail knows about the three of us, and I don't want to be the one to give her the rundown.
After a moment of nothing, Ina nodded. She turned around and walked away.
It ain't 'cause I'm ashamed or anything. I just don't think she'd understand, right? Maybe I'm the one who doesn't understand.
Under the towel, Adder found a neatly folded piece of white and blue fabric.
My cape. Boss?
He ran to the end of the bath looking for Ina, but she was already gone. In the cold, damp washroom, Adder cried over a silly piece of fabric. Adder arrived at the forge, finding Zhao fully dressed and ready to start her day. She didn't turn to greet him again, however. Her gaze was fixed on the yard.
Ada, do you happen to know why the yard is filled with tents?
Oh, yeah. That tour guy wanted to make a peace offering or something like that.
Right, but what need do we have for them?
What do you mean? You've never slept in a tent?
No, I mean, yes, I know what tents are. I'm asking, why are they setting up camp in the temple?
'Cause they ain't got nowhere else to go?
They don't?
Well, yeah. Don't take my word for it, but I doubt most of these folks got anywhere left to return. Whoever they were working for and wherever they were staying won't be very happy to see them mixed up in this.
What's this supposed to mean? We are just praying for the return of the Joseph.
Yeah, I don't think that's the idea anyone got. Some think it's a strike, some think it's a revolution, and all of them are here to follow you wherever you lead them.
Lead them? Me? No, I'm sure you just misread the situation. I'm not a...
It was obviously that her eyes were now fixed on a young gazelle clearly down on her luck, walking across the flagstones in the entrance. Hand in hand with a small fawn, her voice quivered.
Anyway, feeding the congregation is one thing, but life in the temple is reserved for the priests. We need to let them know that the seer won't take kindly to this.
You do what you gotta do, priestess. But I sure as hey won't be the one to tell them they gotta get now.
Jiao put a hand to her face, covering her mouth as she contemplated their options, desperate for a way to distract her from that thought. Adder slid his whole body down in front of her and crouched down to eye level.
Come on, what's it matter at this point? The temple's been ruined for centuries, and that old geezer couldn't give less of a damn about this place if he tried. In for a Doru, right?
Nobody could stand to look at Adder's pleading eye for long, and they should be thankful that they hadn't met him when he could cause double the effect.
I guess that desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll go talk to them and see if we can come to a good arrangement.
If she knew, he thought, feeling his throat turning dry as his thoughts drifted to Aika. If she knew why you want him near here. He couldn't bear to finish that sentence in his mind. Not any more that he could bear the thought of hiding behind a meat shield, now that it had been so markedly pointed to him.
While you're on that, we ought to make sure we keep tabs on the head count. You know, for food delivery and such. I'd take care of that myself, but I ain't sure I know numbers all the way up there.
Get Burbith to help you. If it's as you say,
It's going to get busy from now on.
As long as that's all it gets.
Adder made to leave, but Jiao put a hand on his sleeve.
Ada? Thank you. For everything.
Adder couldn't bring himself to reply. He merely plastered a faker-than-usual smile on his face and nodded. Adder felt like he'd truly reached a turning point in his life. From now on, Adder will have to decide how to spend each morning, afternoon, evening performing tasks for the congregation. He may not know what to do, but he can sense the end is near. Time only moves forward. Be wise. Alright, sounds like a finale to me. Alright, we help around the temple or do we translate her speeches? What hint? I think he was referring to saving me their International Bacon Day. I did have a free bacon sandwich at Burger King. After, with another purchase, obviously. Alright, we're gonna help around the temple. Well, yeah, and that's not the choice, though. I have to help patch the temple or I translate her speech. That's the choice. That's not a clickable item. That's just saying, like... I'm gonna guess patch it. I'm gonna patch it. A whirlwind of half-built tents, blankets, and cookware lay strewn across the barren garden that once welcomed devotees to Harib's home. While technically within the temple premises, the courtyard sat outside the sanctity of the main keep, and currently offered about as much protection against the elements as a hedge. Adder stretched out his back and rolled his shoulders a few times. Someone could definitely use a giant hand or two moving stuff around. Alright. Make tools in the forge. Help around the kitchen. Adder found himself a pupil to many masters in his life. None of them, I must humbly add, were particularly good teachers. That's why when he finally found himself alone in the forge, equipped with nothing but good intentions and beholden only to Ina's empty gaze, and the holy fire's soft crackling, he realized that nothing much had changed from the usual. He would have to forge his way into the world of blacksmithery alone. Patrol the corridors, or spend some time with Sep. Spend time with Sep. Adder plopped down on the anvil next to the forge and set his helmet on his lap. He had much to tell, and stories were meant to be shared over a fire. The morning started on a high note, the highest one Adder could reach. The vision of Ina's empty lilac stare, a hair's width away from his snout, had made his heart skip a beat, and not in a good way. Before he had a chance to recover and ask if she needed anything, Ina mechanically shoved a ball of something into his gaping mouth and walked away. Crudely made map, drawn in what he could only see was red berry juice on some kind of burlap fabric. Smudged as it was, Adler could still discern the drawing of a carrot with a little arrow pointed out to the streets surrounding the temple. At the end of it, a peculiar alley was circled over and over again. On the bottom, an axiom was conveyed with the graceful simplicity thought just two drawings. No carrot, eat bones. Adder normally wasn't in the business of following random mysterious maps, but he was sure that he knew exactly who had drawn it, where it led, and what it'd mean for everyone around him if he didn't comply. Find some extra food for Ika. On a normal day, Zhao had to answer approximately 3,045,000 questions, or at least that's how it felt with everyone involved. Being the supervisor and spiritual leader of a newly found congregation for a forsaken god required addressing a nearly never-ending stream of concerns that had no clear solution, and that only grew more antagonizing if unanswered. Our barely qualified translator could only do his best to smile and interpret Zhao's morsels of life advice, hoping that none of them would apply to him. I need to find extra food. As soon as the task delivery meeting started, Malsoon, once a cook for a family of Chital ambassadors from the western limits, now a pantler for a local house, immediately volunteered to oversee the production and delivery of all meals for the congregation. Only a few select people allowed to get anywhere near the pantry, with Malsoon the sole key holder. A handful more would help with cooking and other assorted tasks. Adder, as a former water settler, was named chief, running around the kitchen filling pots with water. I didn't find extra food. Adder couldn't help the fear that shook him when he was informed that it was his turn to patrol the premises. He hated the idea of refusing it even more. Night watch. Someone needed to make sure the temple remained safe. Or more realistically, they needed to make sure the lung size of the melons to sound the alarm. Adder turned in his sleep. The voices haunted him this night too, but they weren't inside his head for once.
Adder! Adder, can't you hear? Wake up! Drag your ass out there or they're going to get us all killed!
Huh? Who's gonna get us killed? What?
It was only after Adder was scared awake with the faint sound of someone banging their fists on metal finally reached his ears.
Someone, please come out! We have to stop Etor!
Adder didn't have time to hesitate. He immediately staggered to his feet and reached for his helmet. Without thinking twice, he limped towards the entrance. What he found outside the crumbling walls that surrounded the temple yard was the tensest moments he'd walked into in weeks. A guard clutching his spear, surrounded by a large contingent of gazelles and sable riders. Ahead of them was Itor, pointing his sword at the intruder.
Lower your weapon! Last warning! Make me!
Whoa, what's going on here?
This guard tried to search me!
So you went and pulled a sword on him? Did you forget your promise?
This is a good cause.
Itor, please, put that thing down before you do something you regret.
On his eyes shone a dangerous purple behind Adder. He gently pushed her back behind the gate, hoping that she wouldn't have to come out. Adder made to step out alone to the group. When it finally dawned on him that he wasn't wearing his full disguise, even in the cover of night, if that guard were to recognize him.
Wait here, all right? I'll go get...
You're not going anywhere until I say so! What language do I have to speak to make your little gazelle friends understand that it's curfew? Nobody gets to wander the city at night without a permit! Permits? I wipe my ass with all the permits in your city. I'm a free man, and I shall go where I damn well please, when I choose to!
The rules are the rules, or curfew my butt. I tried to find food, but apparently it was another issue that came up first. Curfew my butt doesn't even make sense. Rules are rules. Yeah, original antagonism.
Right. Look, it's not that I don't get you. I do. The guards bend the rules whenever they feel like it if your coin purse is heavy enough. But the rules are the rules, and they're there to protect us all, no matter the species, yeah?
You can't be serious! They never pull this crap on deer!
What would you know what I do? Listen to the hick, he knows his stuff.
A brick flew past the guard's face. He immediately put his spear up, looking for the thrower. But the number of people holding debris only increased with every threat he made. At the very last moment, when the violence seemed like an inevitable turn, the gates clanked open once more. In the cover of night, a small half-dressed goat with her hair still down, had a serious scowl on her face, walked out.
Stop! More screams wouldn't help you. What is the problem?
The problem is that the lot of you hoofheads don't realize the position you're in. If you don't help me put shackles on the sword guy right now, I'm going to have everyone in the Sodding Temple arrested for obstruction!
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because that's the law! Do you know what a law is, you stupid goat?
Everyone around him tensed up. Jiao put her hand up.
What is the reason, the purpose of this law?
To stop no-gooders like you from wandering about!
Jiao sent a look in Adder's direction. He immediately knew to crouch down at her eye level. Once she had finished muttering her thoughts, Adder nodded, straightening himself up, and said for her.
So you limit the rights of all the citizens in order to justify your own prejudice?
The guard stammered back. You could almost hear his face go red in the dark.
I'm not the one who writes the rules, I just enforce them! This is unlawful occupation of public property! There will be consequences!
Unlawful? Get a load of this guy. Don't you know the temple belongs to that old Mother Hubbard Tespertok? It's private property, champ, and he's letting us stay here because he wants to.
Adder felt like the guard immediately knew it was a bluff, but not which part.
Hey, I mean, if you want to be the buck who messed with the friends of Asefi.
We'll see about that!
The guard rushed away in a panic. There was a moment of silence and immediately a huge ovation.
Woo! Way to stand your ground, Etor!
No, we must not give an inch to the likes of him. But I have done nothing worth praising. This was just a scuffle. One day we'll have to prove the power of our conviction in a real fight. Tonight is the priestess's intervention. We should be celebrating! May your wisdom erase all hypocrisy from this world.
What? No flowers from Moo? No, I'm just messing with you all. This guy got it right for once. Long live the priestess.
I haven't really. Why are you?
The crowd happily sold Jill away, launching her in the air and chanting her virtues while she yelped her lungs out.
Did you really have to bring up the witch, translator?
What? I wasn't the one who... Anyway, it was all true. Mostly. Kinda.
I'll let this one slide. I'd rather take my chances with the Sephi than the guard.
Little by little, the congregation that remained awake dispersed and went back to their tents. Adder, absolutely spent of any energy he could have had gathered in 2 hours of sleep, headed back to the gate first. Right as he was about to cross in, Barabbas rushed out. Behind him, Gyoff, desperately trying to pull him back into the temple.
I heard the commotion in the yard. What did I miss? Are we finally starting the revolution?
You're going to start one if the guards see you, you royal idiot!
Barabbas, come on. Don't go stirring up more trouble now. Get back inside and go back to sleep, all right?
Sleep? Oh, Ada, that is such a funny joke. I wasn't sleeping. I was working on setting up my new workshop. Our conditions may not be ideal, but I made up my mind to help you, and science waits for no one.
You're banned from doing whatever it is that is till I tell you.
Adder dragged his feet back to bed, followed by a string of complaints all along the forge. The Malari Great Temple of Harab had spent over 400 years in a derelict state, sentenced to fall to its ruin in its own privileged spot in Pilgrim Hill. For not even the most unabashed Illuminates would resort to borrowing the perpetually cursed bricks of their houses. Pertok had done little to change this fate in this summer, in his time as the master of these once holy grounds. But their new occupants were far less complacent about letting their children run wild near condemned walls and falling ceilings.
To stand in the way of science is to stand in the way of progress. Is that how you wish to be remembered? As a sin? As a flag bearer of the putrid fear of the unknown?
Make it stop.
I'm sure he's bound to run out of air eventually. Faster, if you follow my suggestion.
We are not throwing Barabbas in a well. We are not ransoming Barabbas. And we are not building a golem!
So let's borrow one then!
Borrow a golem? Borrow as in loan? Loner. I gotta go wake Gyoff up!
Talia had barely shifted his eyes towards Sir Upperfield and his retinue, which had so boldly decided to show up in his guild office unannounced.
I thought I made it clear that I could not be seen with the likes of you, Addersund, and less so accompanied by that fetid parasite of all people in this city.
Oh, trust me, the feeling is mutual. I wouldn't be anywhere nearby if I could help it, but you know whose life is on the line.
It will be yours if you insist on compromising my position. Leave now, or I'll have you escorted out.
You're gonna have to run that by Aina.
Tay had quickly turned around. He looked at the pale little creature by Adder's side and then back to Adder. Confusion soon turned into bloodthirst, and her name engraved itself into Taylid's mind once again.
I'm here too, if that makes any difference.
Lord Askadath? Is that you?
Barabbas eagerly pulled down his hood.
What a fine occasion to meet again, good sir. I'm sorry I had to be excused so suddenly from our last appointment.
Y'all know each other?
But of course! Mr. Taylor is a fellow golem enthusiast and pen pal of mine for many moons now. He kindly arranged for us to meet at last and discuss a possible commercial transaction just a couple weeks ago.
A couple of weeks ago in a tavern in Slander where he never did show up.
Tay had locked his eyes with Adder. In any other circumstances, he could have found himself stabbed at the implication of a could-be, maybe not really interrupted magicide attempt.
You have 5 seconds. What does Sepp need?
A new body!
Excuse me.
Well, we're just throwing ideas out there. Barabbas gonna do some science to see if he could bring her back, but, just in case, if worst came to worst, which it ain't, but you never be too careful, we may need to, find her a new golem body.
You what?
Daylid, your sister is still a pitiful lump of coal withering away in a forge! Give the golem humpers anything they want!
No. Are you all mad? I cannot involve myself in this. It's heresy of the highest.
You will help that butterball get every single pound back! Or so help me, there won't be a single merchant in all of Agathor unaware of the fact Taylid the treasurer is naught but the son of a hanged deer and a conspiring courtesan.
David's mouth trembled wordlessly. He dropped down on his chair, exhausted.
What kind of automaton are you even looking for?
Well, before we can even start to talk about the intricacies of the matter of transplanting a soul, we'll need to find a way to stabilize her current form. I've brought a very exhaustive list of the chemical compounds I would like to experiment with first.
This is the Traders Guild, not the Alchemists! We don't deal in dangerous substances!
You deal in money and brute force. I'm sure you can arrange something.
I will find someone willing to sell you those materials, but that's as far as I'm willing to get myself involved in this matter. Anything else?
Desserts. For Sepp! Yep. She'll be real hungry when she wakes up.
So be it. Now vanish. Leave this place and never come back.
Thank you, Tay-Tay!
Do not call me!
Everyone hurried out the door lest lest Tay-Tay would feel like shutting Gyoff up forever. Keep an eye on Barabbas, or make tools in the forge, or food. Q1 Barabbas of Askadaz, wandering about the first floor with 100 different vials of receptacles sunk at the bottom of a cube. And a very annoyed Adder carrying a desk an uncomfortably short distance behind him, with his eyes nailed to the blonde stag's neck.
Adder, friend, I appreciate that you've decided to assist me in setting up my workshop. I just wonder if you could do me the favor of walking a few steps behind.
You're gonna do something weird if I take my eye off you.
Why? Is that how little you trust me?
Adder's nostrils flared up.
I understand. Trust is earned, and there can exist nothing but suspicion in the absence of knowledge. Very well. I shall continue to employ your assistance throughout my job, so that you may see that I hold nothing but good intentions.
Barabbas carefully placed a spread of tools, components, and notes across the table. Adder took his nose at each of them.
Ooh, that smells strong. You making booze here?
Your instincts remain sharp as ever. Alcohol is indeed the solvent for this solution. Nothing too complex, of course, but I'd rather have good ventilation so as to avoid potentially lethal accumulations of toxic gas byproducts due to impurities. I shall now proceed to mix in the solute. Hand me the magnesium.
The magnesium what now?
No, not manganese. Magnesium! Read the labels carefully.
Adder shoved his right eye in front of the label, then pushed his eye patch against it, just to make a show of it.
Carefully or not, I can't read a thing.
Oh, I suppose that would pose quite the impediment to keeping you as an assistant.
Yeah, I thought as much. No worries. I'll watch from the corner and stay out of your hair.
Are you not interested in learning to read?
I mean, sure. I'd love to learn to read someday. But who'd ever waste time teaching a poor, thick-skulled hick how to work the squiggly ink lines, you know?
I could teach you.
Are you for real?
Of course! Raising the levels of literacy across the kingdom is one of my lifelong goals. It's the entire reason I decided to abandon my homestead in favor of joining the Great Academy of Heirloom, in fact. Though my father would not have had it in life, I always dreamt of becoming a professor. And given that the future of my title is uncertain, to say the least, the most attainable route would be to start the change I want to see, person by person. You shall be learning with me as much as I shall be learning with you, my friend.
I don't know what to say, Bearwith. Thank you.
And then we can work side by side on building a new body, better than the old one ever was.
I take it all back.
Trolling was an old skill that Adder never truly let go of. An uncommonly large young man wandering about with a big stick was a fairly successful thief to turn back home. It only made him a natural choice for conscription. Today's day he still couldn't sleep very long, as much as he tried. He was lucky to get a few hours here and there every night, and then he never felt like staying in bed. An insomniac busybody like himself could have made a promising career as a city guard, and the idea that didn't make his stomach turn. If that idea didn't...
We have to do something about it. We can't just leave everyone else to their luck.
We'll only find strength in numbers. We have to let everyone affected know that the doors are open to them to join the fight.
That's mad talk. Do you want him to burn the entire temple with us inside?
This is why I said I didn't want to have anything to do with that geezer.
Hey, what's all the noise today?
There's word that a guard was ambushed last night outside the temple in a revenge attack, so the guards have barred off the entire district. One of my neighbors was just thrown in the dungeon, but his child managed to sneak past them and run here.
Say what? Y'all know if it was one of us?
No, I'm sure that's not right. Nobody here would...
People in the group turned their heads collectively towards Aitor as he passed by. He snorted hard and spit out all the feralium in his lungs.
Come on! It's the helmets we're talking about! I bet that some deer just got spat at after trying to frisk someone and kicked up a fuss. So now they're using that as an excuse.
Anyway, even if it was true, I don't see what the rest of the Zells have to do with any of this. If you have to blame someone, at least blame the ones in the temple, right?
Don't tempt fate now, dear.
Hey, Yatur, can't you go and talk some sense into them?
I mean, I ain't exactly,
You aren't exactly what, huh? Ready to take a step forward for anyone here? You scared of taking out that stupid helmet, too?
Now, let's all cut this poor guy some slack here. We need him alive and well to translate, huh? You know what to do, Otter. I'm sure the priestess will know how to handle this.
She'd better.
Jo had a gift, the way Adder saw it. She had an extraordinary commanding presence despite her size, and an amazing talent for delivering incendiary speeches that the most innocent of intentions, born perhaps from her time scouring brigades on the road. Adder couldn't help but wonder if the effect of her words was increased or lessened through his accent and his mannerisms. If he was somehow overcompensating for his own inadequacies in translating her messages. by being far more intense than he meant to be. No. He knew she would have been an unstoppable on her own.
You heard the news?
Yes. Dor let me know something like this would be coming this morning, but didn't exactly specify beyond that. He says that I have my way and he has his. I'll make a point to call for peace and endurance during the prayer today and remind the congregation what our purpose is.
Jo sagged forward, burying her face in her hands.
Whatever it may be. Am I failing them as much as I think, Ada? Is it my fault for letting this situation come so far?
A few seconds passed by. Jiao looked at Adder expectantly.
You really want to hear my thoughts?
It'd be nice for a change.
As a friend, I know you're doing your best to do good. Nobody could blame you for any of that.
And as a dear?
Adder shifted uncomfortably.
The dear opinion is that hearing all the things the Zels say and how the town replied, this was always going to happen in the end, one way or another. You just got roped into heading the march.
Do you think the Jessif will be mad at me?
What, for taking her spotlight? No. Everyone needs someone to believe in. You and I believe in her. They believe in you. Sep believes in herself. And Aina probably believes that she could punch the whole city to the ground and solve everything in a moment.
Jiao nodded quietly.
I'm going to open the doors to the main temple and let them all into the premises. If nothing else, it's my duty to veil for the safety of the congregation at least. You don't need to get involved any further. Just look after our Jessif, please.
No! Run that by me again one more time, ma'am? You really think I'm gonna get all cozy up in my little corner and leave you alone to deal with this? We're a team! If you find yourself up to your neck in mud, I'm here to give you a ride on my shoulders. If the guards come for us, then we'll just need more people. It ain't about you or me or just Barhan's and Neckcanes. There's all sorts that have it rough around here. We're fed up as well. We make them see we're together, we'll all be stronger.
A chuckle broke Adder's incipient revolutionary speak. Jiao was wiping a stray tear from her eye.
Don't cry, please! What is it? What did I say?
No. I'm glad. I owe you an apology, Ada. I really thought you only cared about the Jessif for the longest time.
I mean, yeah, you ain't wrong. I'm only doing this for her. Not that I don't care about you, but this just got nothing to do with me, yeah? I just hate it when folk get treated poorly for no reason, that's all.
Why does that fluster you so much? It's a good thing to care.
My horns it is. I don't want to care too much. You start caring about one person in the street, and suddenly you care about two. And then you start caring about all the people you never met. And what do you do then? You can't just think about everyone having it rough, right? You can't do nothing about it. You can't do nothing for them. You're just hurting yourself for no reason.
Do you really think there is no point in trying to make life better for everyone else?
No, that ain't it. You're right. It's good to care. I'm just saying if you obsess over every single person you can't help, it's just gonna drive you mad.
I'd rather be mad than sad.
Jiao sat up a moment. A moment of silence only broke by the noise of her stool hitting the floor. Then she smiled.
I think I get it now.
With this, the goat headed out to the forge, leaving Adder equal parts confused and relieved at this change of heart. Most everyone in the world has a unique characteristic of some kind. Labored breaths, nervous tics, heavy footsteps, strong body odor. Something that immediately lets you know this person's around you, far before you're even aware of them. Aina lacked any of this. Her presence was so subtle that she would easily fade into the background anywhere. And if she didn't want you to notice her, you just wouldn't. She was forgettable by default, even back when she was her usual self. Still, Adder developed a 6th, or 7th, or 8th sense for discerning exactly when she was staring at him, after suffering quite enough surprise attacks on his person. In the corner of the forge, set firmly against the furthest wall from the fire, Aina looked at his direction, but she wasn't really looking at him. Adder wandered toward the forge, hoping to catch a moment with Sepp between tasks. When he arrived, however, he found himself in the company of Yao, who was sitting by the window with a book in one hand and her face in the other. His cheerful greeting was answered by a resounding silence. Yao barely appeared to be looking at the pages.
Hello? Doc Nada Jow? You still with us?
Yes. Hi. Sorry, I was just resting my eyes.
Looked more like you were resting your brain.
You're not wrong. I couldn't seem to sleep last night, so I thought I'd take a walk to calm down. It was dark out, so I headed to the library instead, but Burbith was working late and he wanted my opinion on something. I thought it'd take a moment.
But you spent all night working in the end. Come on. You know that ain't healthy? If you felt so lonely, you could have just woken me up.
I've walked 1,000 leagues to get here, Ada. I know where my limits are and how to take care of myself. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that I can't afford to pay the price of failure. I speak for Barhan kind as one until the Jasif returns, and this humbles me to my core. But I am the face of every Ibex yet to come too. It's my chance to prove we are more than just warriors. I can't shut myself out from everything happening now.
Adder scratched the back of his neck. He couldn't really refute that. Not in any way that wouldn't make him feel any like an uncaring layabout.
You do what you gotta do, ma'am. But you ain't gonna be able to help no one if you just bust your gut worrying all day long.
Take your own advice.
The cobbler's fawns are always the worst shot, didn't you know?
Oh, that's a new saying to me. Do as I say, not as I do?
Ding, ding, ding! Got it in one! First prize, ma'am!
What did I win?
A relaxing break outside the temple, away from the entire world, to be redeemed whenever your holiness needs it.
Zhao cast her eyes down, focusing on more on the book she'd spent the half hour ignoring. She pondered something for the moment before finally turning a wry smile towards Adder.
Only if you come too.
Adder grinned back at first. The corner of his lips started sagging, weighing down on the thought of a lonely flame burning away in the forge.
I don't think we're going on that trip any day soon.
Some nights Adder stared at the light until his eyes hurt, wondering if that really was Sepp. If there hadn't been some kind of mistake and she would turn up one day, and everyone would share a laugh over all the time he wasted talking to a lump of coal. He'd spend the rest of the night apologizing. Adder heard a rustling in the forge. He half opened his eyes, finding a short silhouette slinking with his cane in tow.
Aina?
You wish.
Yuff shoved the crook of his staff in Adder's hand.
Bard, what's wrong?
What isn't? Beasts, guards, gazelles! Ugh! I don't know who'll get to us first, but we're not going to stick around and wait!
Yoff tugged the cane back, trying to help Adder get up, only to feel a yank at the other end.
You know my answer, Bard.
It wasn't a question! 'Twas in order!
Yoff fell back on the shield, narrowly avoiding the hammer that accidentally launched into the air.
I can't leave until Sepp is...
Don't! Don't you dare try that with me again! I'm done with your excuses! If you want to lose your head so badly, you can go and lose it on your own!
Bard, we don't have to do this again. Hey! Yoff. Yoff! Please. I don't want to lose you too.
Tough cheese.
Yoff vanished into the night.
Are you okay, Ada? Your eye looks a little swollen.
Yeah, it's the season, you know? Allergies and all. I'll be fine. Let's just get the day started.
Today, Adder found himself extending one hand towards the wall and one against the ground. While Wasp Desk took some measurements, makeshift support beam wasn't his first choice, but he was flexible enough. Yes, he said tough cheese. A visible wounded, growing young man, gaunt to the point of misery. Adder saw the sorry sight was always a hit among the older ladies of all species. Enamored with a new gallant kitchen helper, the wives in the kitchen insisted on teaching Adder how to hold a knife in principle. A trick to peel garlic easy, and clapped in awe every time he cracked a walnut with his bare hands. He got a small bag of earth almonds as a tip for being a good boy. The patio was always a wonderful place to relax, the water glimmering in the pools and the fresh breeze funneled from the colonnades. The warmth of the sun-baked bricks that made up the stairs turned cloister to an irresistible spot. It seemed that Adder wasn't the only one looking for a little break outside. Jiao sat tucked in her own corner in the sunlight, head low and whole body about to fall forward. She seemed to be struggling to stay awake, dark circles under her eyes and never looked so grave as they did, starkly shaded against the sunlight.
Jiao! Hey, get up! I know the weather feels great this time of the year, but you're gonna end up getting heat stroke if you nap under the sun like that.
Jiao grumbled something. She clung on to Adder's hand as she slowly got up. She hadn't taken 2 steps when her knees suddenly faltered and she tumbled into the ground.
Jiao! Jiao! You okay? Hey!
Adder shoved his forehead against Jiao's. Trying to feel her temperature, she just waved him away.
Don't scream in my ear, please. I just tripped. It's nothing.
What do you mean it's nothing? You could have broken your head on these stairs.
I wasn't paying attention and I got up too fast, that's all. Please, let me go. I have things to do.
With that, Jiao got up again. She leaned against a pillar for a few seconds and walked back to the inner temple.
I'm gonna get stabbed 5 ways to second day.
Adder had spent a good long while thinking about exactly what he should wear as he foolishly made his Inglory's re-entrance back into Slander. Nightly, going to get stabbed, casual poor, going to get stabbed and reported to the authorities for a quantifiable sum. Those were alas his only 2 options. If nothing else, he had his trusty staff at hand to pretend he meant business. Not the great choice either, as the local wealth redistributors tended to take flagrant attempts at self-defense as quite an insult. But for tonight, at least, he'd made it safe. Adder was back in his old empty house.
Yoff! You in there, Bard? Guess he's already go.
The dull end of a knife staggered past Adder. The buck managed to flatten himself defensively just in time.
Bard! What the hell are you doing?
Yoff blinked a couple of times and then rubbed the sleep out of his eyes.
Adder! It's just you! Don't think you can just drop by unannounced these days, you tactless flea bag! I thought someone was trying to get me!
Darn right I'm trying to get you. To come back, I mean. I thought you'd be out of the city by now. What are you doing here?
Well, I just couldn't leave without... Isn't it obvious? I'm trying not to get myself killed!
In Slander?
Not that it makes much of a difference anymore, but at least I'm not surrounding myself with a death cult like you are.
I thought you wanted to help with your sister, too.
She's got enough help to last her a lifetime. Let me live the years that remain of mine in peace.
Alrighty then. I'll go find someone else to bother.
What? Just like that? You aren't even going to try and change my mind? I can't believe you do this to me! Discarded and sought after only as you see fit!
Yoff, I came here to try and convince you. You don't want to be convinced? I'm not going to force you.
Of course! Now that you have all these nice underlings who kiss the ground you tread on, you're too good for little old me! can't bear to spend 2 minutes around Gyoff, son of a guy, when he is the one suffering!
Adder took a long, heavy sigh, crouched down to meet Gyoff's eye level, and then spoke.
It ain't that I can't. I choose not to. I don't gotta put up with you anymore.
Oof. Dang, Adder. There you go.
What? How dare you! After I gave you a home and a job and...
You kicked me out of here. I got sacked just last week. And Batot knows the only thing you've ever given me for dinner is trouble, so don't even try to guilt me on that one. There, you got your 2 minutes. Talk to me when you've cooled your head enough to stop being a tailhole.
The dreams. The dreams chased Adder into that night. He dreamt of a silhouette behind a curtain and a howling in the wind.
Why are they still at large? Do they pretend to defy us again?
We are working relentlessly to find the culprit behind the attacks, my king.
The culprit? You will not find a single creature responsible. It is all of them. They cover for each other with lies and deceit. One bad apple is all it takes.
My king! I understand your anger. I too wish I could put manacles on every peasant in the kingdom. But it's not like I could just explicitly order anyone arrested on the grounds of being Baron.
Wherefore?
My king.
You have explicit permission from the highest authority in this world, and all to come to do as you must. If a plague befalls a garden, it stands to reason it should be contained before it consumes all that is good.
Your orders, my king?
Have all of them bow to us, or annihilate them all.
Pests may be a crime upon the beauty of Dakna, but it is hardly one worth capital punishment, your majesty.
We shall be the judge of...
My king, I urge you to reconsider!
A glacial silence took over the entire room.
The heir to the house of Askedath would do well to learn his turn to speak, or he will learn to follow in his father's footsteps.
The knight groveled.
You are the arm that moves to realize our thoughts. If our will is that you crush the pests that plague our kingdom, crush them you will.
Yes, my king.
You have much to learn, Captain. You will see one day. Sympathy is the tool the weak use to bide their time.
Adder's whole body seemed to thrust forward as it expelled from his dream. Startled and not quite yet awake, Adder swiveled his head around, looking for a threat that didn't exist. All he found was Ina's lilac eyes, seeming staring right through him. Adder plopped down on his pile of coal. Something tells me that this is like the decision that's going to cause the final conflict. Either like the king's men are going to come crashing in and killing us all, or they are. Adder rummaged inside his pile of gold until his hands finally grazed the burlap sack he'd stashed away inside it. He waited until just after lunchtime so he could wander off amongst the hustle and bustle, and though sneaking out was a breeze, his mind was not forgiving him so easily for the betrayal for what felt like a betrayal of sorts. Still, he trudged on, towards the old labyrinthic alleyways that waited beyond the main street. Adder looked at the small note he held in his hand for the 10th time in 3 minutes. He nervously turned a corner again. He had just bent his neck down once more to check for any directions he might have missed, when he caught a familiar growling. The wolf Eka, called Whelp, yipped at him from the darkness. Hi, Ramir. The beast started walking deeper into the alleys. Adder took a deep breath.
Bones, good to see you here. Come on up. Did you bring the goods?
Our favorite part-time errand boy opened his hand, letting out a small sack of potatoes falling to the table.
I also found a bunch of earth almonds, if you like them. It's a bit late to go making horchata this year, but they're good on their own, too.
Yes, tiger nuts! Oh man, how did you know? I love these little guys.
Adder was about to open his mouth to point at the earth almonds were meant to be soaked overnight before consumption so as to avoid breaking one's teeth in half. But he realized that he wasn't in any position to argue.
Oh man, I was starving. Oh, thanks, Bones. You're a lifesaver.
It's nothing. If I'd known you could eat veggies, I would have gotten you some sooner.
Oh yeah, a green diet and lots of vinegar is key to keeping good teeth out on the sea. It's not like we can eat exactly the same as you, though. Grazers have a lot more options than us when it comes to feeding. Then again, I guess carnivores get more bang for the buck.
Adder furrowed his brow. Something bothered him. It wasn't like Eka's blasé approach to talking about sentient beings as nourishment for once.
What's that word mean? Carnivore.
Carnivore? We don't really have a word for us like grazers do. The bear man thought that beast sounded a bit rude, so we've been trying it out, but, in the end, it's just a fancy way of saying meat eater, right? I eat your meat. I mean, yeah, true, but it's kind of reductive. It's not like we kill for the fun of it, unlike you weirdos, always gnawing shrubs to the branch when you could just wait for them to drop fruit. We get sick without meat, you know? It's in our blood.
Adder didn't want to know. He most definitely didn't want to ask, but a sick sense of morbid curiosity got the best of Adder.
How's that work? I mean, did you have what did you even eat back home?
Oh, you know, there's plenty of variety in the archipelago. Mollusks, shrimps, bugs, stoats when they bother us. If I never have to sink a tooth in another stoat, it'll be too soon. See, pup, the key to flavor is relaxation. Grease is where the taste goes. And a bunch of stalkers like us, we're always tense, so we taste really bad. Here, check it out for yourself. Give me a little chomp.
No, I don't think I will.
Oh, come on, Bones. You don't need to hold back. I don't taste half bad at all.
Eka leaned against Adder, propping herself up on one elbow. Then she started gnawing at her own forearm.
I'm gonna go now?
Oh, sure. Drop by whenever. Good to have you around.
There was something about the library which never failed to spook Adder. It felt older than the temple and maybe 1,000 times more important than any gods that may have taken residence in it. And yet, here he was, wasting its grandness one letter at a time.
Let's try it again then. What is this letter?
That's an A?
Not quite. Once more.
An, I?
Try to look at the shapes more closely. If A has little horns above and I has ears, which one had a tail?
Adder dragged his hands from his face up to his hair, pulling at his bangs. He trembled slightly, glaring at the letter so hard it seemed he was trying to absorb it directly through his pupil. The stag's patience, boundless for so many other parts of his life, quickly ran out. He pushed the book away.
This is useless. Give it up already. We both got a whole lot of bitter stuff to do right now.
Frustration is an unavoidable part of learning. You will have to suffer the horrors of being unskilled before you can ever become a master, my friend.
No, you gotta have your head screwed on right for that. I ain't never been good at learning, and I ain't gonna start at my age.
Yes, you will. I'm firmly convinced the reason adults have more trouble learning than children is their conviction that they cannot do so anymore. Beyond any physiological changes to the structure of our heart's learning glandule, of course. I must admit that I cannot quite understand how a man of your curiosity and ingenuity would fail to encounter a chance to learn in his infancy, however. Was your village not equipped with some form of school? A learned man of sorts, perhaps?
Learned? Sure, we got plenty. There was a wandering doctor that dropped by once a moon. My bro Betta never got good health, so he was always writing up recipes for the apothecary next town over. Then you got the merchants that stayed at the inn where my little bro Hosu helped out. Those could read and write, and Hosu was always begging him to teach him. But no one ever stayed enough to see that through. And I almost forgot the monk over at the Eremite for our mountain god. That one couldn't read, but he could recite every single law and prayer from memory. So he worked as the town judge. He was always scolding our youngest, Yoa. My brothers got plenty of chances to run around and get in trouble, see? But I was the eldest, so I had to stay home to lay the fields and shepherd bushes to the stream and back. All one learns to read out there is the clouds.
Don't you resent your siblings for it?
Adder linked his hands behind his neck and threw his head back, thinking for a moment.
Nah, I'm happy for him, if anything. Even back when I got plenty of time to spare, I guess I just didn't feel like learning. It is what it is, right? Pa always said that nothing good had come out of knowing more than one oughta.
I find that there's nothing more terrifying than ignorance, for it is comforting like nothing else in this world. It cannot be cured by anything less than the will to fix it, and it can never be recovered once lost.
Whoo boy, that's real philosophical of you, Burbeth.
Oh, truly! I could bring some of my thesis on Thorfo's dialectical work for you to peruse next time. Perhaps that shall help open your mind to the fleeting nature of the flesh, and illuminate you on the need to transcend your friend's mortal body.
You almost got it right this time, bud.
Hey, translator. Is your name Adder something?
Yep, that's me. Adder something. It's Adderson, son of your father.
That's you, all right. There's someone out there asking to see the deer that lives here.
Huh? But I don't really live... Oh! Maybe it was Gulf being petty.
No, it wasn't the bard. I think it was a she. Anyway, not one of us, but definitely a gazelle.
Could have fooled me. She looked like a proper twit.
The guards wouldn't let any random girl through. Something smells rotten here.
Curious and terrified to find out who his visitor would be, Adder thanked them and headed towards the gate.
Sir Upperfield.
Bob... Yes, person I've never seen in my life?
Indeed. You've never seen me, you haven't seen me, and you'll never see me again. Needless to say, my presence here poses a huge risk to my person, so I shall keep it brief. For the sake of your descendants, you'd best keep it anonymous. A decree the likes of which hasn't been seen in 100 years has been issued by the king. Every single barn and heirloom that walks the street unaccompanied by a deer is to be detained and taken to the dungeon.
Something stirred deep within Adder's mind. Whispers he could barely remember struggling to form a whole memory.
Heirloomite barns are in danger, and I have reason to believe the entire kingdom will follow after. We are to be confined for the foreseeable future until this matter is resolved. However, even after all these centuries, the Temple of Hirub remains, legally, a Basaxaran embassy in foreign lands. To attack it unprovoked without a proper declaration of war would give the Western limits just the fuel they could need to start a war against Akasur.
But that'd mean pretty much all of Dakna would get involved in this.
Bahamut nodded gravely.
I know it goes against the request I made the night we met, but would you speak with Sir Askadath once more?
Adver involuntarily cowered at the mere thought, but Bahamut continued.
My master is one of the most powerful deer in all of Dakna at the moment. I've known him since he first arrived in the city, and I can tell that his heart is rarely in the right place. But it is malleable like few of his kind. He could still be persuaded to do the right thing.
But why me? He's just gonna murder me on the spot if he figures out who I am.
Sir Osgadath wears his pain on his sleeve.
His life feels purposeless now that another lover has abandoned him, and his king makes impossible demands. I guarantee he'll be none the wiser in his misery to the joy he'll feel lying eyes upon your disguise, Sir Upperfield.
I don't know. This sounds an awful lot like a trap.
I find it difficult to believe your situation could turn much bleaker if it were. Let it be a trap. At least you'll have the mercy of a quick death.
The hermit bowed and made his leave.
You still going back?
I have complete and utter faith that everyone involved in this mess will be wiped off the face of Dakna. There may be a future for those that comply, however, so I kindly ask that you make your own choice and forget you ever saw me.
Hey, before you go, can you tell me if Gyoff made it safe back to the palace?
Please, I turned him away at the door for his own good. Lord Oscadoth never forgets a grudge.
Adder could only watch as Bearmont scuttered away into the back alleys.
Who was that?
No one important. Don't worry about it.
It was now Adder's time to run. For rather understandable reasons, Sepp was not particularly fond of talking about her powers, and she was never clear on what exactly their limits lay. She didn't consider herself a Sephi, but be it out of misplaced sense of humility or perhaps even superiority, but Servine society could have surely branded her so. Even so, Adder had known for a long time that the Sepp he had he was used to was just one of many forms of being far beyond his comprehension. Well, not a long time, no. It'd just been a little over a moon since the day she branded him, really. It felt like the longest couple of moons in Adder's life. Now the time had turned the worst days of his past into a distant blur. Whispers. Adder was most concerned that he was hearing someone whispering nearby. His mind played this trick on him every so often. Usually when he was about to fall asleep, he'd hear voices of random people he met during the day. Sometimes they were casual conversations, sometimes they were so terrifying he found himself unable to leave his bed. But no, he was pretty sure this was a real person in the forge. Especially after he heard a metal plank being ripped out of the wall it had been nailed to.
Ah, Adder! Sorry to startle you, lad. I was just trying to catch Sepp's attention. I have a few questions for her about her latest temper tantrum. Lots of loose ends on this one. Don't worry, I'll put the metal cover thingy back where it was when I'm done.
Adder's jaw dropped.
You knew?
Knew what? That she was here with you? It was obvious, really. No inn in this city could cater to her standards of living, so the next best thing she could hope for is good company, right? No, I'm kidding. I saw her the other day when I dropped by.
Well, how did you know that was her?
Illigrab turned his head toward the fire in the pit, then back to Adder, confused. He stared emptily in Adder's direction, wondering what the boy could possibly be talking about. Until at last he connected all the dots.
Ah, I see. It's happening again.
His brow sagged down in an expression of pure pity, perhaps more for Adder than Sepp.
I heard about, well, I wasn't there the night it happened. One of the darkest hours in Heirloom's history, and the full truth will only ever be known by 3 people. 2 of them died as a result, and the other one lost herself in her own mind. The only man who knew how to fix it could only be convinced by the woman who had the least reason to help. The whole case was an enigma in its own right. I've always wondered what in the world it was that Rahl said to get Pertok to help. Guess we'll never know now.
How do you see Sip?
I still can't wrap my head around it. You could see Sip? Like, as a normal girl?
Normal? Well, to me, she's right there, exactly as I've always seen her. A little crestfallen star refusing to address me, talking directly into my mind when she does. Don't get me wrong, I've heard plenty about how she's supposed to look, but that's just not what I see.
Illigrab stared at the forge with a vacant expression. He ran a finger through his mustache, pondering many matters beyond the situation at hand.
No matter how close my family gets to deer, we're still plants. And plants don't wonder if the fire is alive, or what god hangs a sun up in the sky every morning. They don't need to think about who keeps water flowing down the river, or who makes the clouds float. They just exist.
I wish I could shut my thoughts out like that sometimes. Just 5 minutes, you know? Sounds kind of amazing.
Doesn't it? Oh, to be a tiny flower dancing in the wind, basking in the afternoon showers and glowing in the sun, never once wondering the meaning of right and wrong.
Illigrab ended his short poetic streak with a comprehensively small, compassionate smile.
I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but I'm afraid I don't really have anything to offer other than my deepest assurance that she'll be back stronger. The sun rises, whether we want it to or not. Take good care of her until then.
Illigrab marched away, unsure of what else to say.
Hey, Bones. What's cooking?
Adder briefly set the world record in the category of vertical jump holding a pot.
But boss, what are you doing out here so early? We ain't precisely alone, you know.
Oh? Would you rather I met you somewhere more private, then? See how long I can hold back?
Eka craned her snout towards Adder's face and opened her jaw.
Things aren't looking up for your party, pup. My crew's informed me that the guard is on the move. An attack on the temple will be ordered soon.
How much time do we have?
4 days at most. We're not supposed to help you directly. Our mission could be compromised. But I'm not going to let you die like this. We'll help you clear a path out of the city.
What do you want in return?
Nothing. I won't say letting you all get massacred so we can have a feast doesn't sound appealing. But I wouldn't want all those lives to go to waste. Not without a few tons of salt or enough vinegar to drown you. Fresh meat spoils fast.
Adder felt a breath hitch inside his chest, suddenly reminded of the pot he was holding with the fire. Pickles. She was talking about them like pickles. He couldn't help the disturbed chortle that burst from his throat.
Yeah, wouldn't want a good meal spoiled, would we?
Would she even bother to cook him first, or would she be just as lazy as he was and strip the meat down to the bones raw?
Oh, Bones. I'm not talking about you. You are meat, but I'm not one to play around with food. Not with food I like, anyway.
There's a ton of bad guys out there, you know.
Dang, Adder.
I'm sure there are. We've had to downsize operations quite a bit, though. So we'll have to settle down for one bad guy. It's like, whatever, right? One landlubber less in the world. I'm sure the deer aren't even going to miss him. We've come this far just to eat one guy.
Elka dragged her claws down Adder's arm until she reached his hands. She was the first person to ever to have She was the first person ever to have come even close to being able to hold them.
But I'll make an exception just for you. Say their names. We won't even leave their blood behind.
Adder took a hand to the wound in his chest. He closed it and opened it over the nearly cicadarized gash. He looked through the gaps in the columns, seeing the wires limiting the access to the district. He cast his eye down on the people trying to go on their lives in the patio.
No, I can't. That would make me as bad as they are.
Oh, come on now.
Oh, Bones! Oh, that's so silly. Hey, this deer's murdered 20 deer. If I kill him, I'll be the one who's killed 21 deer instead. Oh, you really have the weirdest hang-ups sometimes.
That's funny.
Well, that's what we're here for anyway. We'll take care of this, so you don't have to stress out your little ruminant head with made-up problems.
Eka patted the top of Adder's head and smiled with one of her twisted, toothful smiles.
You know what? That's my mistake. I do need something in return. We can't really fight in the open, and you don't want to get your hands dirty, so I'm taking Aina back, just in case.
Say what? No, you can't!
Are you going to stop me, Bones? That's what I thought. Be a good puppy now. We'll be back with my sister before you know it.
Adder watched Ika leave, horrified. The entertainment of carnivore math. What she was saying is like, yeah, there's a deer out there who's killed like 20 deer, and you tell me to kill that guy, and now you've killed 21, right? She's saying that, like, he shouldn't be saying, like, oh, I want you to kill this bad person. Like, he literally said, there's bad guys you could kill, and she says, yeah, point me in that direction. And, like, he's like, oh, no, I can't do that. And now she's like, yeah, what do you do? Like, make up your mind, Adder, right? He already knew the truth, but it somehow struck to him now that he was at the mercy of the beasts. He was powerless against the guards. He didn't know how to confide in what few friends remained. He needed new allies. With each casual conversation he translated, Adder came to appreciate more and more how honest the person Jiao was. The times where she thought one thing and had Adder say another were few and far between, and they always seemed to happen around women. He knew that feeling well. Much like the majority of the temple populace, Adder didn't understand the intricacies of the cult of Herub. It seemed, however, that prayer this particular morning was required to take place inside the temple premises. Jiao performed a series of cleansing rituals, the meaning of which seemed impossible to translate without further context. Adder could only echo fragments of intention out of everything Jiao thought and said.
Now, we cup our hands and bring them to our chests. Picture your heart in them. Imagine that you hold every worry and every blessing. Feel the weight of your pain. Now lift them up towards the sky so that the sun may dispel these shades.
Once satisfied with her prayer, Jiao lowered her hands so as to put her heart back in place and bowed her head. She dismissed the congregation and excused herself away from the offertories first. Adder was about to follow her, worried about this unusual haste, when he felt a tug on his sleeve.
Translator, the priestess does not seem well.
I know. She's been working real hard lately. She won't hear a word about it. I think it's starting to get to her.
I see. Give this message to the priestess. Tell her that Itor will speak with her. This is neither question or request. It is fact.
Even though Adder was starting to become proficient in recognizing each individual letter, words were a different matter. He would pour his entire being into carefully reading a word and then fail to see what it meant. It just didn't click somehow. Barabiz said that this was normal and that he would get better with practice, but Adder wasn't so sure. He often felt like he hadn't become better at anything in his life.
Shall I give you a hint?
No, hold on. I got this. Don't help me. Let's see. If the left arm is up and the tail is down, then that's a de?
Indeed, that is correct. Bravo! Let's put them all together then.
De. Lonely R. Adder. Adder? So that's how my name looks? Whoa. It looks sturdy. Like a big boy name, yeah?
There is a whole branch of learning devoted to the study of names and their properties, both in appearance and meaning. I personally wouldn't waste time with such banalities, but I suspect you shall find them quite interesting.
Adder observed the sheet, marveled.
I read my name.
He blinked, and the feeling of elation was gone. Only the awareness of how little he knew remained.
Will you teach me how to read Askadath?
That is a far more complicated proper noun, and I cannot imagine you would have any good reason to know it.
Someone ought to make sure Gelf ain't sending weird stuff to your brother?
Half, brother.
That make any difference to you?
Well, yes and no. And don't misunderstand me. My qualm lies not on the amount of blood we share. My father made plenty of mistakes throughout his life, both before and after I was born. It is not my place to say what I think of them. But, oh, blast that man twice over! Helpar is a phantom of my father come alive.
Say what? They ain't got a single thing in common.
Nonsense! They were cut from the same cloth. From his quenchless obsession with looks, to the constant martial nonsense, to all the humiliations he subjected me to in order to toughen me up as a child. It would be comical if it weren't so cruel. Helpar doubled every flaw my father had, to make up for his own precarious situation. And still he continues to torture me. His banishment was lifted last year, but he refuses to return and steal this accursed title no matter how many times I plead. Even after I personally tried to convince him that a lordship means nothing to me, and he can keep it all for himself, he does nothing but whinge about how much he regrets this misfortune he cast upon me.
Barabiz starts pacing as he rambled, swatting the good arm for no apparent reason.
Why can't he just hate me like he used to? I know it's my fault. I took everything away from him first.
Barabiz's movements became increasingly more jittery, shaking and flailing quite violently, signs of an outburst that Adder had learned to recognize from his time with Aina. Unlike her, however, Barabiz was still able to turn to Adder with his arms firmly hidden under his scrawl and whisper,
Class adjourned. Please leave.
soft knock on an exquisitely crafted door. It went, of course, unanswered, so the knocker insisted again.
Sir Osgadath, I've brought a man who wishes to speak with you.
Turn him away. I am much too preoccupied tonight.
Very well. I shall let Sir Upperfield know that this is not a good time.
Muffled steps hurried up and forward. Elbar nearly fell on his face as he desperately yanked the door open.
Sir Upperfield, is it really you? Were you not a figment of my intoxicated imagination?
Nay, friend. And to suggest otherwise is real darn unkind of you.
Please, please, come in. Have a seat. I'll open a... Damn it! Open a cask of my finest wine. This is a night for celebration.
Adder didn't really have any spare space to argue. He sat down in Elgrav's grand hall and enjoyed a few sips of wine Sepp so loved to hate.
Friend, my friend, we have so much to catch up on. So many battles to share tonight. Please, tell me more about yourself.
The minutes soon turned to hours under the subtle sweetness of the drink, accompanied by Adder's talent of inventing such riveting nonsense that his helmet wouldn't look out of place. Riveting, haha. Anyway, Fire burned in the chimney like a rhyme insisting that Adder tell another tale. He delighted the room with old stories he knew and new ones I never get to hear myself. So spectacular was the performance that night that Sir Akadaz did not speak until the timber had burned to the coals.
Tell me, Sir Upperfield, have you ever pretended to be someone else?
Adder choked on his drink. Perhaps it wasn't so great after all.
You see, my friend, I am an actor. A phenomenal one at that. I will carry my role to its end, bitter as it may be. I will find that part of me that connects with the description. I will do my part, and I will make the imaginary feel more real than life. Acting is my religion, you could say. It has saved me on more than one occasion. For you see, when I act, I lend my body to a soul that isn't my own. Such unthinkable volumes I hold within myself. The versions of me that could be.
Elbar let his cape fly, and then hid within it again, as if to try to invoke the image of an old man instead.
Personally, I love playing a good villain, peasantly as they may be. A villain never fears, never hesitates. They need not wonder about their purpose in this world. They are the ultimate form of freedom, true to themselves until the moment they are struck down. But the villains in some scripts, however, they do not soothe my heart. No, I cannot get them away from me. They hide in my mind long after the play and whisper horrors that I cannot bear to think.
Elbar's posture within the cape changed up again. This time he seemed to be sheltering himself in it.
I've found some roles demand fiction that doesn't feel as such. They're too unspeakably evil for me, and yet, who am I to question the scriptwriter in his story? It is my duty to explore the depths of another man's psyche, dark as they may be. What kind of actor would I be otherwise?
I don't know nothing about acting, but I think it can't be worth it if it hurts you as a person.
Elbar stared ahead solemnly for a moment.
Worth, hurt. It seems you draw limits that I cannot find for myself, friend. Oh, to be as self-serving as you.
Then he set his cup down.
The code of chivalry states that there is no greater honor than to serve the king. The code of armies, that there is no greater honor than to serve the kingdom. And the code of courtly love, that there is no greater honor than to serve your heart. But which word should I heed when they quarrel against each other? When I cannot reconcile the role with the self? Which motivation suits me best?
I wouldn't know. I've never acted once in my life.
Don't try to deceive me twice, Sir Upperfield. I know an actor when I see one.
Never on a stage.
But surely you understand. Duty, honor, family, name. What boring trite compels us to keep ourselves in the place we deserve? We are bound to our station since the day we are born, and yet I feel like I have only recently lost the light of my life. In a way I can't even describe. It all seemed so easy just a few days ago. My path was so clear, and the steps ahead so obvious. Safely within my grasp. Perhaps it is indeed the gazelle's fault for muddying my direction.
No.
No?
No.
Elbar waited expectant. No follow-up to that thought ever arrived.
No, it's not their fault. No, I've never had such a clear path. No what?
No. You're just trying to convince yourself you're right.
Elbar's chin furrowed under his lip. He exhaled slowly through his nose, suddenly crossed with a revelation.
You support those gazelles, don't you?
I do. I'll be by their side supporting anything they do.
Then I'm afraid this conversation ends here. It's time to put an end to this indiscretion.
Elbar made a short, dismissive motion with his right hand. Vomit immediately presented himself to the room, ready to escort Adder out.
I suppose that is the end of that. Alas.
They walked out somberly towards the gray gates, their heads hung down in defeat. The door of Elbar's office flew open one last time.
What folly led us to be enemies, Sir Upperfield? In another life, I would have been your greatest friend.
No, I don't think I could be friends with someone who's willing to wash his hands in the blood of others to hide the smell of his own crud anymore.
I pray we won't have to cross swords, at least.
Adder walked out of the palace, determined not to look back. That was the end of that. Cue Adder, attempting to gurgle out the contents of his brain into a cup of salted tea.
It, looks like you had a fun night.
Say what? Fun? I ain't ever had fun once in my life. No, I had a boring night if there's ever been one. Yep.
I couldn't find you around the temple.
Oh, I'm just great at hiding. Not that I was hiding. I was just Hey, is that my boss over there?
Where?
By the time Jaro realized she'd been tricked, Adder vanished from the floor. Brick by brick, the temple felt a little less like a ruin every day. As a thank you for a prompt, painful delivery of a whole barrel of water upstairs, must only let Adder take a glimpse of the newly filled pantry. So the reason I've kind of decided to take over this for two reasons. Number one, this is probably going to still take probably another hour, I'm going to guess, at this point, since it's 4 days. And on top of that, I think, I want to try to take this path, and Adder said he needed new friends. So I'm thinking that the Askadav is, I'm not going to be hanging out with, what's his name? It's going to be Askadav and then, Gory's, on the bottom. Pepper, garlic, onions, the stale potatoes they already had. Adder breathed in the fragrances mixing in the pantry, letting the smell transport him to a simpler time. One where he thought he knew hunger just proved wholly wrong. Mu had truly made privileged use of his connections to get the best value of his money. Barabbas had succeeded to the cause, and then brought some more just to boast that he could. Maswin sighed, knowing full well that the cost of all their blessings, Adder didn't have it in him to complain. A blue sky stretched over the temple, one of the last few for the year. Once the clouds settled in the night, and at the start of a bleak night, there would be only gray watching over the city for moons to come. Under such lovely weather, the one last person Adder to expect to find on the patio was most definitely Barabbas. He immediately jumped to his feet upon seeing the roe deer.
Adder, I am so incredibly sorry for how I forced you to witness one of my fits. Please, hit me at once should I act in such a manner again. I understand that such behavior must not be encouraged.
Hold up. What? I'm not going to hit you, full stop.
It's all right, my friend. I understand that physical punishment is a necessary tool on my way to self-improvement.
No, hitting you is a last resource, kinda. Look, it's my fault, okay? I shoved my foot in my mouth and didn't realize I was asking you something so personal.
Personal? Well, I suppose it was, in a manner of speaking. But it's not like I would gain anything from keeping this information from you. To tell you the truth, I don't understand what shook me so. That is precisely what frightens me.
You don't gotta answer if you don't wanna, okay? But if you do, you think it might have something to do with that whole "it's my fault" spiel?
Yeah, you noticed it too, Ganovo. I was gonna comment on that. He's like, "Oh, hit me again." It's like, man, Barabbas, you are a broken dude.
I didn't even realize I lamented such thoughts out loud. I'm not usually quite so distressed about it, but I suppose the emotion behind my outburst was not entirely untrue.
Barabbas cleared his throat. He turned to Adder with a conflicted look, in a manner of somebody who'd been guilty of over-explaining 1,000,000 times and been scolded for 1,000,001.
Elbar was the firstborn of House Askadath. In any other circumstances, the lordship would have gone to him. But he was born out of wedlock, to a servant. He would be forced to live as my second, no matter what life had in store for us. And this was still a kindness. Knowing this from the start, we were raised together in the castle. Elbar was my aide in all matters, as he wasn't much older than me. I was told he was excited to have a brother at first, but as we grew, this companionship became fraught with resentment. The childish pranks he would play on me turned crueler over the years. The jokes only he found funny soon became justifications. He eventually wouldn't have the decency to recognize he hated me anymore. It was all done for my sake. The situation only got worse after my right of age, and the confirmation that I would indeed inherit my father's title. Elbar insisted on sparring day and night, night and day, claiming that I was unfit to become even the lowliest of squires as I was. I believed much the same back then, so I persevered through the bruises and the pain. I took hit after hit with all the dignity someone like me could muster. Until the day when his blunt sword fell on my face and ripped out my antlers in one blow.
Adder couldn't help wincing at that image.
So that's how it happened.
Yes, Elbar didn't do it on purpose, but he hurt me all the same. This injury left me unable to use my right arm and severed my horns. But I cannot blame him for this. It was discovered that my antlers hadn't been properly affixed to my skull in the process of ossification. I can hardly recount the days that followed so many years after the fact. But I know I did not spare a single thought for Elbar when I was informed that he would be sent away. Even though I understood it truly wasn't his fault, I did not say a word.
It was his fault, though!
No. Though I resent him for taking out his frustrations on me, I understand now he was merely another victim. I knew my father as a strict and distant man, but I can hardly believe Elbar still finds it within himself to consider us family, after all he put his elders through.
Adder shuffled uncomfortably, but he was wise enough not to comment. Barabbas didn't pay this strange reaction any mind. Yeah, right? It's like, man, all these like characters that were completely flat up until this point, like, are now becoming extremely well-rounded, right? Like, and the funny thing is that they introduced Yoff, like, not Yoff, but Jin, like, in the beginning of the second act, and like, or the beginning of the second chapter, I think it was, and like they never mentioned her again until like chapter 5, and now she's become like a central character.
My father became quite attentive and affectionate to me for a while after the incident. He spent days praying to bite tax by my bedside so that my antlers would sprout again, like a fawn's in flower scents. Alas, as you can imagine, that never happened. His affection went like it came, and with Elbar banished, he decided to blame me for letting such a dishonorable thing happen. He would scream, lash out, and stalk every corner of the palace to let his wickedness out on his subjects. At last, when the rage passed and only consequence remained, in the empty days that hung over his head until his punishment arrived, it was his time to mourn. Mourn a living man. I suppose, in a way, he had a point. I am no longer the boy either of them knew. But while to the men of my family I lost something irretrievable that day, that is not how I felt. Secluded to my room with books to last me moons. The day I was separated from my horns was the day I started living. Not as Thumar's son, not as the heir of Askadath, but as me. A deer that enjoyed locking himself in his little corner, reading tales and learning about all sorts of matters. That was the day I stopped pretending. And I might have entirely forgotten how to do so. Interacting with every other ruminant became a near insurmountable mountain since. The older I grow, the more I feel like a fawn stuck in a world where all the adults speak a secret language which nobody ever cared to teach me, and I feel like I am doomed to fail on my own.
Barabbas' furs bristled up defensively when he felt Adder's hand on his shoulder. The young lord adjusted his glasses and looked up, only to find Adder's eye tearing over him.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I hit you. I didn't know. I understand.
You have nothing to apologize for. You hit me because I forced you to, did you not? You must have felt like you had no other options.
No! That don't matter. Even if it was true, you wouldn't have listened any other way. That ain't the person I want to be. I don't want you to live thinking you deserve to be punished every day of your life. I'll be patient teaching you, just like you've been with me, okay? I promise I'll do my best to teach you, so you never gotta fear you'll be hit again.
What better quality could a man wish for than compassion, Adder? Empathy! Our greatest wisdom is realizing all that remains to be learned yet. I'll get it right one day, and put my grain of sand towards making this world a better one.
Barabbas pumped his fist in the air, then he went very, very quiet. It was clear he was trying not to make any comment about golems. The night grew old, and with each lonely step, Adder took under the colonnade. Then he walked each step back, over the exact same flagstones. Sometimes he'd whistle, just to let it be known he was walking nearby. He was thankful that the dark wasn't part of the long list of things he was scared of, even knowing full well what might wait inside. Minds are weird like that. Adder knocked on the frame of Jiao's cot.
Got a visit, priestess. You decent?
Yes, come in.
The door opened shyly, revealing Sable and Arao. Privacy hadn't been exactly important to either Adder nor Jiao. They spent most of their time together, and they'd fallen asleep on the same premises more than once, but Adder still didn't feel comfortable bothering Jiao in her room. The coyness did not extend to Aitor. He made his way in and marched towards her bed without a second thought. Jiao tried to sit up to greet him, but her weakness was apparent in her face. Aitor put a hand on her shoulder and motioned her to lie down again.
Priestess, you should know by now that I am not a patient man. I can't bear to look upon those who waste chances, and my blood boils finding idleness in the face of change. Ibex are said to be great warriors. I came looking for a strong soul.
Jiao cast her face down, ashamed.
But your kind demeanor, and the hope in your words, the innocence in your eyes, you have an air about you that speaks to something I thought dead within. It sends the man I am to sleep and stirs a child awake, and the child fears for you.
Jiao tried to sit up again, but Aitor stared her down until she fully laid her head on the cushion.
I know that you are brave. You have long proven this, but you are headed down a dangerous path, and you must acknowledge it.
I appreciate your concern, but I know my limits better than anyone.
My parents would say the same every day. They said that they worked hard for my sake, so that I shall not grow with a debt on my head like theirs. They worked dawn and dusk, until the day the Hatsa reclaimed both of their souls. The only fruit of their efforts was an orphan, stripped of all innocence in the steppes. Their health, their youth, and their lives were taken away by the yoke of the greedy and the powerful, and it was all for nothing.
This is different. I'm giving my all for a good cause.
You are, but your body doesn't know good causes and bad causes. It only knows pain. At this rate, you will wither away before our moment of truth arrives. You will become as you fear, a burden to us all.
Aitor rose again, this time with his chin held high, so as to look down on the priestess.
Know that if I must take over your duties because you are too weak to continue serving the community, I will proudly step up. And if I do, I won't be as merciful as you have been.
You gonna step in on this?
If you do not approve of my methods, you'll do well to take better care of yourself. I have spoken.
Once Aitor was out of sight, Joe finally dared to drag her rest of her body out of bed again. A stressed out chuckle sigh escaped from her chest.
Was that meant to be an intervention or a threat?
I think that's his version of a pep talk, but you heard the bandit guy. He's gonna kick our collective asses into tomorrow if you don't rest up.
Joe slammed her face into the bed cushion and sighed into it.
Can we get that break you promised the other day?
Oh, you still want me to come along? Look, I'd love to, but I don't know if I feel very comfy leaving Sep alone like that. Why don't you go take some me time outside?
I don't think I could gather the strength to leave here if I'm not dragging you with me.
They both sighed, fully aware of all the worst ways in which they could resemble each other. As it sprung forward an idea, Zhao suddenly bounced up on her bed.
What if we found a way to bring the Joseph along?
Say what? You think we can do that?
I have no idea, but Barbit may know a way. I've read fast Stranger Things from Sephi. He may just be able to create a temporary container of some kind.
I'd really love that. And I'm sure she would too. She used to have me carry her everywhere back in the day.
At her side, happily that is, for the first time in an eternity.
Anything else I can do for you today, Priestess?
No, I think I'd just like to rest.
You got it.
Ada, I know you're anxious, but please try not to hover over everyone's shoulders. You need to take care of yourself too, okay?
Adder nodded without turning back. Adder tiptoed into Barabiz's workshop. He usually felt a bit awkward by default, standing there, surrounded by so much technology he did not even know what to start to name. But now that he had a request, which he had put into words, he just felt extremely inadequate.
Hey, Barabith. So, I was wondering if, just an if, is there any way you could cook up a little of that science mumbo-jumbo to make it so that Zhao and I could get Sep's soul out of here for a couple of hours?
No! If we are to disturb her, it will only be to bring her to her final resting place. The last thing we need is to risk exposing the soul to even more uncontrolled circumstances. What is it you seek to achieve with this experiment anyway?
That ain't what this is. Zhao was telling me we need to take a break, but I just can't take being away from Sep these days. She thought maybe if I found a way to carry her with me, I wouldn't have got to worry about her being on her own. Just forget I asked.
Adder turned away, letting his staff fall a little harder than he meant to. It bounced ever so slightly over the marble, sending vibrations all the way to the bottom of the crook. The bells dangling from the curve shook violently with a high-pitched cry. It was the first time they made a noise since Adder took them, and the sound trailed far.
Those bells belong to her.
Huh? You could tell?
Of course! How could I ever forget that sound? Oh, how loud the bells rang as I fell towards the ground. It was as if I could sense her very anger imbued through every echo.
Barabiz shut up all of a sudden. His eyes went wide in realization, and even his hair seemed to twirl alive on its own.
Yes, that could work. Why risk moving the entire soul when just a speck will do? A tiny fraction of her power, the smallest connection echoing her soul for others to hear. Oh, Ada, you are a genius. I'll get to work immediately.
Barabiz snatched the sleigh bells hanging from Adder's crook and made away with them.
Hey! I said no science without me! Barbith! Barbith! He's gonna go and do something weird again.
Sometimes when Barabiz's voice slurred down to a mumble and Adder's forehead started feeling heavy, our protagonist found his attention drawn to the walls around him. Barabiz was keen on mentioning the names of great thinkers. Yoff constantly invoked the name of his father with pride as a legendary musician, and Sep never hesitated to drop a name if it belonged to someone powerful. Adder had always thought that builders were neat, and liked to spend a long time observing all sorts of buildings. He couldn't read Surnar, much like Basaktet, But he'd come to realize Mason's marks, and immediately spotted signatures in these walls. It suddenly hit Adder that bricks and words had a lot in common. One little brick, one little letter at a time. Together they would last hundreds of years.
Hey, Bearbeth?
Bearbeth set down the vial he was manipulating. He sent a confused look to Adder's direction, unconsciously picking up of concern in his voice.
What is it, friend?
I knew your father.
Adder turned his face briskly away, unable to even look Bearbeth as he revealed this.
Oh, and?
Huh? Nothing. I knew your pa.
So I gathered, quite a while ago. It wouldn't make sense for a peasant outside Corbusui to speak in such certain terms about my father. So I figured you must have met him during his last days in Chanthery.
I wonder about that, you know? I don't know if I met him anymore. I mean, the man I keep hearing about ain't nothing like the man I thought I knew.
Bearbeth opened his mouth and then closed it. He took a hand to his chin and started pacing around the workshop. This brought a tiny smile to Adder's face. Bearbeth was seriously giving the words some thought.
Adder, my father was most decidedly not a good man. He was a good knight, perhaps. Everything one is supposed to be. But not even that could save him from his wretchedness. Punishment was barely a sentence for a life of evil deeds. And yet, if it is as you say, the pain of losing it all perhaps was something like the frustration of learning for my father. He may have realized the wrongs he committed far too late, or shown you a side of him he'd never shown anyone else. We could fill an endless amount of libraries with all the things we'll never know. But I know for a fact that meeting him left a positive impact on you. That much is not up for discussion.
But if he was a bad man...
Then he would be a bad man that did a handful of good things in his life. Fortunately, unlike most of them, he got his comeuppance. And now he is dead. Your opinion hardly makes a difference anymore. If you had asked me to assure you he was good, or to nod if you spoke well of him, that would have been an entirely different matter. Don't you agree? I don't believe we owe any particular compassion to the departed.
So you don't believe in not speaking ill of the dead, huh?
No, of course not. I'll speak of them as they were. You too will remember him as you will. But do not turn your sight away from the truth, Adder. Only the living remain.
Only they hurt.
Bearbeth nodded eagerly. He stopped dead mid-nod at revelation written all over his face.
Of course! Feeling is the realm of the living! Our emotions are driven by chemicals, are they not? Perhaps such stasis is the result of not facing this truth. We could induce her to feel.
Bearbeth wandered away, muttering epiphanies, and made very little sense to Adder's ears.
I'm gonna leave you to it then. You got this, pal.
Chances are, Adder would never finish understanding Bearbeth, and Bearbeth would never finish saying things that were near impossible to understand to anybody but him. One day, perhaps, Sepp would be around and in enough of a good mood to translate between the two. But today, they understood each other a little more. That was enough to keep the world moving for now. Deep inside the silence, far removed from every late-night conversation echoing somewhere outside the walls, Adder couldn't help but let his mind wander. It seemed, alas, that it always ended up taking the same path. His mind went over his entire life, beat by beat, looking for every single what-if he could wring out of it for sport. What if he had managed to convince the laborer's daughter to marry him? Then he would not have been single, so he would not have been conscripted. He would have never gone to the fort. He would have never gotten assigned to watchman duties. He would have never... Adder let that thought brew for a little longer before immediately pulling it away from the fire. This was not the moment or place to open up his little box of thoughts.
Adder! Oh, my friend! You are not going to believe what I discovered. My instincts were exactly right. I found traces of Godstone within these bells.
Oh, I actually know what that is! They got hard as all hay to find crystal magic in them, right?
Indeed, a Tharthagon must have made these. Eternally tuned to perfection, swinging to the motion of the Hatsa itself. Said another way, they were indeed echoing the Gisif's emotions. This is a minimal part of her soul you are holding.
Adder looked down at the bells. He understood the explanation, for once, but it left him with more questions.
Why would anyone go to such lengths to make something like this?
I doubt we could ever know unless their creator was around to tell us, but given the nature of the instrument and the quality of its sound, I believe that someone spent quite some time trying to help soothe her turmoil, far earlier than us.
Adder curled his fingers into his palm, feeling the cold bite of the metal on his hands. Somewhere, somehow, someone at some point had tried. Not enough, but they wanted her to feel better, to see herself reflected somewhere else, or perhaps to let her know how she felt deep down. Adder tied the bells to the crook of the staff, enjoying his newfound company. Perhaps in the future, Seth wouldn't need such tools anymore.
Is that the reason why you have them?
Ha! That came out of nowhere. How'd you even know?
You think me too naive. How could I fail to notice those bells that never ring? When you won't stop hitting me with the cane they're tied to!
I'm sorry, I can't spoil this for you yet. But no, that is not the reason why I have them now.
Ada, do you have a moment? I'm sorry, I have not expressed myself correctly. Run again. I'm sure it will be fun.
Adder immediately glued his butt down to a chair.
I've tried to be understanding. I realize that we're both under a lot of pressure and, you're probably tired of dealing with me all day long. You've been avoiding me lately. You disappear without saying so much as a word. I can't help but worry. Whatever it is that troubles you, you know you can turn to me for help, yes? We are supposed to be a team.
I don't even know how to look you in the face right now. I've been trying, I swear. I wanted to fix everything so you didn't have to deal with even more stuff, but I couldn't do anything.
What were you trying to do? Maybe
I'm sorry. I really can't tell you. If I told you, I'd get you killed. And if I don't tell you, I'm just here on my own making things worse. That's worse than being useless. I just want to find a way to protect y'all.
Ada, look at me. We've been over this. You don't have to protect anyone. I am not defenseless, and the three know the congregation would be more than capable of dealing with any trouble 10 times over in the time it'd take us to say, what can I do to help? You don't have to prove yourself to me in any way. I trust you. And if anyone else doubts your skill, that's their problem, not yours. I got your back, as you say. So find a way to trust me too. The way you swear you do.
We need to get the hay out of here. Don't ask me how I know, but there's something real bad coming. A lot of different things, really. But the city is going to dump an actual goddamn army on us in just a couple of days. This is going to be a massacre if we don't find a way out.
I see. I don't think there's a future for us here either. But I can already imagine Ito's response to that. I know his type. He won't back down without a fight, and I'm sure he'll push that view on everyone, regardless of what their own plans are. There is no telling what could happen if we push for a retreat with him in command of such a fierce band of warriors. To run is a sign of weakness, and I'm well aware that I'm only a nominal leader because he allows me to be. Any respect he has for me will only take us so far, but I believe there is someone not even he would dare argue against. Even if it was only an excuse to some of them in the end, the congregation first came together expecting the return of the Joseph. If she were to appear, they would have no grounds to dispute any of her orders. Her authority remains absolute.
Right! We need to focus on bringing Seth back no matter what it takes. If it comes down to it, I'll give Barrett the go-ahead with the experiment. And even if that failed, Aina will be back before we know it to put Etor in its place.
Wait, Aina's left?
She kinda got kidnapped, but I'm sure it'll be fine. She'll return, and then y'all will have to say we were right after all. We'll make do somehow, and then we'll all get together to brighter shores.
We have a mission and we'll see it through together. The sun still shines.
Man, I wish my crew was this devoted to me. You almost brought a tear to my eye there.
Boss? Where are you?
Giant lady?
You know, it's not very nice to fetishize others' height. It leads to complexes and such.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even consider that I could ever be talking to you. Not that it's okay to call you that behind your back. I'd love to talk more about you. To your face. That is, I would love to talk more about,
Don't worry about it. Really. Stressed out meat doesn't taste very good.
Yes, taste. A good taste. You should tell me all about taste over dinner. Do you believe in fate?
Oh my goodness, Joe.
Okay, that's enough goofing around today. Go tell Bearbit the plan.
What? Ada! You can't do this to me! I thought we were friends!
Sorry about that whole thing.
I'm used to it. Never heard it from someone I could eat in one bite, though. Oh, yeah, that's what I came for. Bones, is your red friend still dead?
Yeah?
Oh, that's not good.
Ekka's suddenly emotional development could harbor nothing but bad news. She walked out of the kitchen only to return a moment later carrying a small, pale, emotionless body in her arms.
Well, we can add my sister to the list then. She died on us again, and I was hoping he could fix her.
Died? What do you mean?
Deceased, expired, departed, gone, kaput. She's not waking up no matter what we do, just like when we had to knock her out to bring her on board. I swear, it's like she's not even trying.
Adder opened his eye opened twice the size as it should be.
What did you do to her?
Whatever. If he's not around to fix it, he's not around to fix it. We'll just have to ask my father instead.
Hey! Hey, come back here! I'm asking you!
Hey, Dad?
Be gone, beast. I am not your father.
Don't be like that. It's me, Tessica.
I should flay your skin and fasten your coat into a rug for your insolence, imposter! My Ekka is long gone.
Well, Ekka is right here, whether you like it or not. And she's here to tell you that Aina died on us last night.
Ekka carefully dropped Aina's body on the floor, where it collapsed into a boneless pile. Paratok stroked his mustache, trying to hide the subtle change in his expression.
Such is her fate. A waning moon cannot sustain for long. Emotions fade, and soon so does motion. The sun is gone, and I cannot shine for her.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not here for cryptic ramblings. Can you fix her or not?
No, I don't have the strength to wake her up anymore.
What are you saying? Come on, patron. This ain't no time to joke. There's gotta be a way to bring her back again, yeah? Maybe she could bite you, or...
I'm powerless, son of Gerfath, just like you. I am a setting sun on the brink of dusk, and I can't keep lifting an entire era on my shoulders. Aina is a relic, a piece of history that should never have become present. Let her fade into the past where she belongs.
No. Come on now. He ain't just said he's gonna let her die, right, boss? I must have got that wrong.
Adder turned his face briskly to Ekka, then back to Paratok, unable to stop his quivering jaw.
You only ever came to meet Aina because the arrogance of my youth willed it so. I brought misery upon the world on a golden leash.
But she's your...
I made her as she wished to be remade, and kept her away from the sun because I dreaded my own guilt. It shall all be taken away from me once more. The age of gods and kings must come to an end. Now, let us rest in peace.
It happened in a blink. Adder let out some kind of growl, and before Ekka knew it, he'd snatched Aina from her arms and started running.
Ada, what's going on? Where are you going?
Adder shook from head to foot. The words hitched in his throat, turned to sobs.
I'm sorry.
That was the fastest he'd ever broken a promise in his life. And so he ran.
Aina, come on! You can't leave me too! Wake up! Wake up! Please! I need you.
You know she's been gone for a while now, right? She's just not moving anymore.
She brought her back. Someone bring her back again. We have to bring her back.
I'm sorry, I've lost count. How many people are you trying to resurrect now?
Just one! One! Sep will fix everything when she's back!
Oh, that sounds healthy. That reminds me, how did she die again?
Adder could only stare at Eka, frozen. How did she die? Whose fault was it? That was the question, wasn't it? She knew the answer. She knew. Everyone knew. Without another word, Adder put Aina's body down and stood up. Put one wobbly foot in front of another after another, turned away from the sisters. Eka stalked behind him.
So, that's it? This is how you give up?
Yeah, I quit. I'm going far, far away where I can't mess up anyone's life again.
Huh, that's interesting. I thought you'd be all for wanting to find a way to permanently fix Aina.
You know what I want? You really want to hear? I want to stop pretending I'm not a piece of shit. I'm not as hot and stupid as y'all make me be, all right? I was smart enough to deceive you. All of you. That's what I do. I get people killed and then I turn tail. That's on y'all for buying into it.
Damn, you must be an incredible liar to have tricked so many people into liking you.
I am. It was so easy, too. This guy just had to play a little silly and be all helpful and nice, and suddenly he wasn't a criminal on the run anymore. He was Anderson's son to get fired of the upper field.
Really? I only knew him as Bones.
Yeah, well, you're an asshole.
Eka chortled a huge laugh. It wasn't mean or terrifying. It had no malice whatsoever. She's just enjoying herself at the jab.
For real? Your sister is dead and you're just laughing your ass off. What is wrong with all of you? You're just like Aina. Is that a beast thing? Are you all like this?
Do you want to hear a secret, pup?
Every last fang in Eka's grin shone with a wry glint. Before Adder had a chance to reply, she spoke.
My father doesn't know what Aina is any more than you or I do.
Say, what?
You've played right into his hand, puppy. He wanted us both to run away and leave him and Aina alone, so he could do his mind tricks and turn things back to how they used to be. He's been doing it since the day he found us. He cursed Aina.
What? What? I'm gonna kill that bastard!
Pipe down, puppy. Whatever they were, I'm sure he had his reasons to do so. He would have let Aina die much sooner if he didn't have some kind of plan. I have a feeling that the question is not, will Aina wake up again? But what will happen then? We wouldn't have even known she existed if not for the bear man, Bones. That's the actual reason I came here. I'm not planning to sit by and let things continue the way they've been for 40 more cycles. We found a way to set Aina free, and we're going to bring her back with us. It's true that she's been a stranger in the world since the day she was born, or made, or whatever she was. It's true that she will never find others like her. But we are her people. We don't just love her, we worship her. She will never lack a friend again.
So even if, when she comes back, you're just gonna take her from me all the same?
You'll have your memories of her. I think that's more than you've ever had.
Eka walked back towards their little cave. She carefully cradled Aina with her strong, slender arms and set her against her chest.
I'm going to hold on to her a little longer. What's your plan?
Adder returned late that night, only accompanied by the light of the glowing moon shining above him. He owed Zhao an apology or 10, and as proper an explanation as he could manage without bringing up an entire invasion. Do what you can. Dire the situation became outside the temple, the higher tensions rose inside. Something strange happens to people when they're packed together in a place too long. All the little annoyances that are part of dealing with others are suddenly multiplied tenfold. Every request becomes an order, every subtle a personal attack. There was no reason why a simple game of ball between children had to come to blows between their parents, but Adder still had to translate the lecture that followed. He felt angry for Zhao. This seemed like a waste of her precious time. Day by day, letters started looking less like puzzles to be solved and more like a familiar shape. Sounds that did not come naturally to Adder's mind for all of them, but a few jumped immediately out of his mouth. He felt very proud of these. Alas, just as individual words were starting to come together, Adder found out about sentences. Adder was not prepared for sentences. Adder, another uneventful night patrolling.
All right, that's it for our task today. We got the bells, everyone's been asked to double security, and they all told me to tell you that you deserve a break. What's the plan then?
I'm not sure. I never really thought much of Heirloom beyond the Temple of Hirub. I wouldn't want to go too far, so what's there to see in the area?
Well, there's a whole bunch of temples here in Pilgrim Hill if you'd like to see more of those. Or we could check out the Great Garden. It's a real green spot just south of the market. Eelgrab kept selling me on it, but I never had the time to go.
I'm not sure it'd be wise to walk into any public spaces.
Oh, yeah. Guess that kind of puts a damper on the trip now, huh? Hey, I think I know a good spot. How would you like to see one of Sep's favorite places in Heirloom instead?
Zhao's eyes lit up immediately. Adder didn't need any further confirmation to start walking.
Ta-da! Welcome to whatever this beach is called. It's just so you know, the smell is perfectly normal and the water is perfectly clean. Very deep, though. We shouldn't go in. Yep.
The lack of response made Adder turn, half thinking Zhao would have fainted from excitement at the prospect of walking into a holy place or something. Instead, Zhao's expression could be best described as pure apprehension.
Sorry, I am. You didn't mention we were going to the sea?
That's right, I'm sorry. But I didn't take you here to go for a swim or anything like that. I just wanted to brag about the view of the palace. We can go anywhere else, that's all right.
Zhao took a tentative step towards the edge of the sand.
No, I've been avoiding the sea for so long, but it's something I need to face. My past will keep haunting me otherwise. This is a sign from Baitatsu that you are the person to share it with.
Even when she finally managed to sit down, Zhao couldn't help the way her knees bunched up against her chest, or the shiver running down her spine when the light breeze blew in their direction.
The last time I ever dared to step close to Alar, it must have been a couple of years ago, when I still served the gods.
Adder sat down next to her. He nodded at her to continue.
It was the eve of some small festival or another, so the day had been exhausting, and the night was restless in preparation. The girl I liked had smiled at me too. What a busy night it was. I thought I'd take a walk on the beach to calm my mind. I was going about my way, watching the stars shine above me, when I heard someone speak Basected, a version that sounded nothing like my own. I got closer, in case a foreign merchant had found themselves stuck in the ice and needed help. And that's when I saw them. Strange silhouettes hiding in the ice, washing out on the beach. And I knew them to be ships, even though I had never seen anything like them before. Just like I knew the people speaking to be creatures of the West.
You're saying you saw B?
Yao immediately threw her hands over Adder's mouth.
Do not say that word! I'm sorry. I've always known words to travel farther than we meant to. Don't insult them. I do not want to draw their attention.
Adder nodded seriously.
I ran back to my cot, and I hid. The sleepless night turned into day. The tasks continued just as they were before. Nobody ever knew what I had seen, nor why I wouldn't accompany them again on their walks out of the temple.
Yao tried to blink away the tears forming on the corner of her eyes.
That's funny. It occurs to me now that perhaps the seeress was showing me kindness by exiling me. She saw that I had grown fearful of the world outside and decided to send me away so that I may face it properly and rethink my life.
Yao sniffed hard, but there was no helping the wetness running down her face.
Shh, don't cry. It's all right.
Yes, it really is all right, isn't it? I do not know if I truly saw the creatures that night or not, and I do not know if I deserved the punishment I received, or even if it was a punishment at all. But I am me, and I can be all right. I will be all right, no matter what!
She turned to Adder, smiling beneath the high tears.
You'll help me make it all right, yes?
I'll be there with you as long as you'll have me, ma'am.
Yao giggled a little, happy to hear this promise. Adder's heart only grew heavier with secrets.
I beg you, just a few more days. That's all I need. I can make them understand.
At dawn, this ends.
Illigrab gaped helplessly.
As you wish, my king.
Adder opened his eye in the middle of the night, hours before daybreak. The voices in his dream had quieted down at last, though far too late to get any rest. He propped himself up against the coal heap and looked around. His mouth felt dry, and his head light. Pins and needles ran through his skin. There was something off about the darkness. It felt like a texture than the nights before. Then where were the crickets? They had fallen to the cold as the clouds started to march back into the city. Somewhere in the great garden of Elim, locked away from the rest of the world, the sacred tree had just changed to its yellow dress. Bleak night was just about to start, and the change of seasons never failed to awaken old, unwanted memories. Tales of an unlucky farmer whose life was ruined beyond repair.
Adder.
2 years of unending nightmares in a city that didn't know his name.
Nope, I'm going back to sleep.
No, you're not. On your feet, soldier. Grab your helmet and meet me behind the library. We need to get moving.
What? Wow, what? No, we're not. Moving where? What's going on?
Illigrab fidgeted for a moment.
The king has agreed to a parley on the matter of the Barhan Revolution. We won't have another chance like this.
For real? Give me a moment. I'm gonna wake you.
No. The spotlight is on you this time, boy.
Say what? No. That don't sound like you, Illigrab. You're always saying I don't gotta speak over people. You want me to just speak for him now? I'm a deer, in case you hadn't noticed.
And so I have to bring you. The king will not meet with anyone but one of yours. Not without a sword to their necks.
Right, so bring someone else who won't end up getting his head cut all the same.
You think I wouldn't have done that if I could? There's no one else, Addison! Would you rather I bring Burbith instead? Or would you have me bring Zhao to the court?
It was perfect. It was perfectly easy to picture Zhao walking up to the king, a well of good intentions, about to be bled dry.
Lad, come on. I beg you. It's a very knightly situation, isn't it? Your one chance to spring forward and do what's right for the people you love. Isn't that what you wanted all along?
You really think me being there is gonna change anything?
It could change the world right now.
I'll let you guys pick this one, whoever's left here. We're going to accept the proposal and meet with the king, or are we going to refuse? Alright, Ramir says accept.
All right. Give me a moment to get dressed, and I'll be right there with you.
Bless you, Adder! I knew I could count on you!
For thousands of years, since deer pit temples with mud and straw and knew nothing about the secrets of iron, the great Alcatraz of Aelion had presided over the city in which some sort of form, looking over it from his own island, just yards away from the coast. Adder had seen the palace loom over the mists of dawn before. It made it seem like it was floating, and now he floated too. Adder had never expected to walk the royal pathways willingly and freely, to be afforded entrance with a mere "he's with me" or "let Sir Upperfield through." The city had seemed so endless when he set foot on the gate of Ed's. Now it seemed so simple under his feet. The sea roaring below the bridge, the palace standing proudly in front of him. The fire flaring up in the towers above. Adder would never forget this sight. It would never grow old. But then again, seeing the route they were taking, neither would he.
I need you on your best behavior now. You're about to meet the king. Kneel when I kneel. Whatever I say, don't look at me. And for the love of Baitatse and all the gods, don't say a single word out of turn.
Adder grasped the helm of his coat as door after door was pushed open before him. Marble halls, colonnades of splendor, intricate carvings on every single wall, deeper and deeper through the marbles, until the last they arrived at their destination. Green, and yellow and red, and every color of flower and fruit Adder could name, roaming freely around in a vibrant garden perpetually kept in dawn soup inside. They were led ahead by rivers at the side of the room, joined together in the center of the circular pond surrounding the praised platform that crowned the room. 4 columns holding up the most important curtain in the entire world. And within a silhouette.
My king.
You perturb us yet again, Sith of Puntalos. There had better be a good reason.
Yes, my king. I have brought a guest you may want to speak to.
Want? Oh, we don't recall requesting anything of the sort. Though you presume to understand our own desires better than ourselves.
No, my king. I am merely working according to my position. I am your humble peacemaker, and it is to further this peace that I bring another voice to you.
So what you seek is to influence our decision, now that we made our intentions clear to you. How very arrogant of you, Illigrab. You bring nothing but shame upon your father's work.
Man, he is really Palpatine, isn't he? Holy cow. Adder was sure that he'd heard a deep sniff on the other side of the curtain.
Ah, Hadir. You know well that the oath to our patron compels us. Your mansuetude betrays a cunning mind. And yet, is this truly a deer? Yes, you must be. But your scent... You've meddled so brazenly with gods and curses and... him. Why does he smell like Omagepseb? We saw the gods fall upon him. No, that's not all. How can it be? Scent? No. We ripped his core with our own fangs, and we drank all the blood from his body. He cannot be in this world.
I'm a little... What? Who's sent? What?
Who is this dear Illigrab? Why does he smell of immortals?
I'm afraid I don't know who you speak of, my king. But Addison is a good friend of Pertok and his daughter.
Oh, yes. Our dear Pertok. We sense his misery upon you. That could explain it well.
The king huffed, as if trying to get the smell out of his nose.
We are the company we keep indeed. What an interesting creature you have brought to us, and he hasn't even opened his mouth yet.
Which is surprising. Sorry, I heard Adder. High King Illigrab's silhouette shifted slightly behind the curtain.
Law is our word, and our word is law. As we have spoken, it shall be done. But we remain curious. Let this strange deer come closer. We shall hear his words before we have both your heads cut for such insolence.
Adder made to turn his head towards Illigrab, before immediately realizing that was forbidden. He heard Illigrab's leaves saw as the tree man nodded. The young deer walked one foot after another towards the king, and though any peasant would have been overwhelmed walking towards someone with this much power, this was an entirely different matter. Illigrab wasn't just a king, he was the savior of all Akeen, a religious figure on his own, the beast who betrayed his kind to protect the ruminants. He who was crowned by Batat himself, a man above time.
What is it you seek, child?
Your Majesty, I want what everyone could ever want, right? I want to live a good life, and I want everyone else to live a good life too. Please, leave my friends alone.
We are the world. We brought you wisdom when you crawled through the mire with no weapon but the antlers on your head. We freed you from those that could hurt you. We were brought upon this world to be your shepherd.
The shepherd of who?
What?
You said you're our shepherd. Who's that mean?
Adder, what are you doing?
We are the shepherd of all the earth. We shall guard you from all evil.
So what about the rest? What about the Barhans or the Macadar? They're not your herd?
Of course not. They intruded upon our lands. They are the scum of Vakna, and we have tolerated them within our kingdom long enough.
That's radish stew.
Jeez.
Excuse you?
This radish stew is pretty good.
Is that how it's gonna go? They're new, so they don't count? That's radish stew. They didn't ask to be brought here. Not even the deer were supposed to be here. The beasts were sent after us because Batat made us an Amai's garden. You forgotten?
You insolent child. We were there.
Then what? You think life is a game of chairs? My ancestors kick your ancestors' asses so we get to be here? What gives you or anyone the right to say who gets to live their lives?
How dare you?
Why do you get to say our kingdom and they don't? Aren't you a beast?
No, he's not.
What?
Oh, it's the man behind the curtain.
You know, I'm not happy we had to practice on Aina, but it really gave us an edge after all.
Why? How do you know?
I should have bitten off your throat the second you dared to get my sister's name wrong.
Illigrab, what is happening? Who is this?
It's a wolf. It's a deer in wolf's. It's a wolf in deer's clothing.
That's okay. You don't need to know.
The entire crew of beasts sick of Oniska's like fangs raining from the ceiling, from within the ponds between the plants.
Just know that this is for Aina, you fossilized dung ball!
Begone! We cast you away! We are immortal!
My king! No!
The king's head rolled down the stairs of the platform like a heavy rock, leaving a trail of old blood behind. Aika's teeth turned to Adder next. There didn't seem to be a hint of sanity within her eyes. Eka leapt towards Adder, running on all fours, dripping blood all over her lips. Hilgarp slammed against her with his full body, barely managed to keep her fangs an inch away from his face.
I'll hold them off! Run!
Adder tried to run, but the guards soon stopped him.
Help! Help! The beasts! The beasts have arrived! They...
Adder reached out for a soldier in front of him, desperate for anyone to listen. It was Elbar that turned around.
One-eyed scoundrel!
Elbar slammed his helmet against the ground.
You dare infiltrate the palace! Such boldness will not go unpunished!
There's no time for that! The king! The king is...
Alarm bells sounded all over the castle. Adder could only stare in disbelief as the contingent guards surrounded him.
That's him! It's the roof from the temple! He killed the king!
What? No! You've got the wrong guy! Ask Hilligrab, please! Hilligrab!
No, I won't make the same mistake twice, villain!
Adder's life would end under Elbar's blade.
Hey, I know this isn't my story, but are you sure this is how it really went? I mean, Adder kind of died just now.
It must be right. This is the only logical place where those choices could have led him. I'm sorry, Lynn. I wasn't around for this part, so I'm guessing just as much as you are. The memories you see are nothing but the results of years of imagining and may have happened in my absence. I can't offer any certainty here.
That's alright. I'm sure that Adder's decision could have led down an interesting path in another life. We need to think of a different way to make the story play out in a way that he'll survive, though.
Yes, let me think again. There's something that Adder doesn't know, and he won't be able to reach this path until he finds out. Hint. Figure out who knows about carnivores in the temple map.
No! You know I'd just make things worse somehow. We'll figure out a way to send Zhao safe. I'll stay here and protect Zip. This ain't... I'm not smart enough to...
So that's how it's going to be. I can't force you to come, but I really thought that... Never mind. I can't waste time trying to change your mind now. I just hope you can live with the consequences.
Hilligrab turned and left, bitter and crestfallen. Adder turned around wordlessly. He let his feet guide him forward, towards the bedrooms. He didn't even have a chance to knock the door before being led to Zhao's cot. It was empty. Truly, there was no one there. This brought a tear to his eye for some reason. He was alone, and soon everyone would be alone because he'd made a life miserable for everyone. He'd broken everything again. He'd get everyone killed.
Adder? Adder! What are you doing here? Are you okay? Did you have another nightmare?
The sobs bubbling in his chest turned to wail upon seeing Zhao again. It didn't make any sense. Nothing made sense anymore.
I messed up.
Zhao watched him cry in silence, well aware of how inconsolable Adder was when his emotions finally broke out.
I heard crying. Is everyone all right? I brought painkillers and bandages.
The absurdity of it all did something to Adder's mind. The pressure cracking his skull fell on the sobs, until they turned to half-made chuckles. He wasn't alone, that much was obvious, but the words he wanted to say just weren't coming out. They felt struck at the bottom of his throat, somewhere below the last wisps of pain around his neck.
What is it, friend? It's time to run.
Zhao and Barabbas exchanged a surprised look. It turned to determination.
Everyone, get ready to depart immediately! The king's army is coming, and we don't have much time left. Grab only the essentials and prepare to follow me to the back entrance. Mo, Itor, prepare a caravan with our resources.
Priestess, get a hold of yourself! Is that truly what you want us to do? Run? After all the blood and sweat we've poured into the temple, won't you stand and fight? Retreat and they'll give chase. Retreat and our spirit dies with our home.
Look, man, I love me a good cup of spirits as much as the next guy, but if the priestess says we run or we die, we run, huh? You can stay here and fight with your merry band of friends all you want. The rest of us are out.
Riders, block the exits!
The band immediately jumped on the trees of burden and started running laps around the horrified congregation.
You knew as well as I did what your position was. This is where my patience for you ends. I have tolerated your weakness long enough.
What good will respect be when we're all dead, Itor?
And she's gonna die.
For every one of us that dies, we will kill 20 of them. If they can't learn to respect us, they will learn to fear us. You will see I'm right. In time.
We're down to our last options, Zhao. I know you don't want to hear it, but...
No. If blasphemy is what it takes to save everyone today, then this is the day I burn my robes. Go. We don't have time to lose.
From his vantage point over the roof, Adder could do nothing but listen to the battle drums inch nearer. The evacuation should have been completed hours before, but the patio remained full of tents. He closed his eye for a moment, suddenly overcome by an intense feeling of exhaustion. His mind was transported back to a watchtower, and the sound of heavy steps approaching. The sound of his life ending. When he opened his eye again, he found his gaze immediately drawn to a formerly adorned, semi-transparent canopy built over an ancient Willville tree, climbing stealthily over the side and built on the opposite patio. The curtain of his dreams finally returned to the depths of Adder's mind, now standing close and yet so far in front of him. Isifik. The aura he gave off, the way that something in Hatsa curled and trembled around him, reminded Adder of Pertok. But Pertok was a child compared to Isif. Was he not? Just 400 years to... Only the gods in Isifik know the ancient creature in front of him was a true god by any other name.
It's so annoying how he can just walk out there with the deer, right? I bet he knows we're here. He just wanted to brag.
Boss?
Nope, not your boss anymore. We failed. It's all in your hands now.
What do you mean it's it?
Eka leaned in for an unexpected hug, finally snapping Adder out of his shock through pure confusion. It was only upon feeling the weight in his arms that Adder saw the pale, motionless body he'd been entrusted.
Find a way to bring her back. The rest will sort itself out.
The stairs to the ceiling echoed with the arrival of a weary goat, tentatively making her way up.
It's time.
Adder didn't need to ask. He merely nodded. Certain doom waited on the other side of the crumbling walls. But you would not have known seeing Barabbas' excited fidgeting over the metallic skeleton Adder was helping him carry. After a short pause to recover his breath, Barabbas removed, with a flourish, the curtain covering the metallic creature.
Please allow me to introduce to you the first truly automatic automaton in history, the living golem. Where automata have traditionally been nothing more than a puppet fulfilling the wishes of their master, this shall be the first one capable of giving orders to itself.
Barabbas pressed a button somewhere into the golem's ribcage area. An empty compartment opened on its chest.
A normal core would contain just enough traces of sunlight to keep a connection with an external source of energy. But my invention should be capable of supplying enough energy to itself to allow the Jasif to conduct herself as she needs to.
Another click, and Barabas produced a small potato-shaped glass container out of the automation.
You sure this'll work, Barabas?
How could I be? What is certainty, if not an excess of presumptions? I can only do my best to lower the risks, but the circumstances are never going to be... Yes, I've ensured the transplant will work to the best of my skill.
And if it don't?
I don't think we'll have much time to lament the failure.
It's our only choice right now. Let's just hope for the best.
Barabas scooped up the fire into the container with a small handle spade, making sure that not a single ash remained outside.
All that's left is inserting the new core. Adder, would you care to do the honors?
Adder looked at the cage ember within his hands. He felt a deep sorrow he could not even begin to explain looking at them.
I wish I could have done more for you, Sip. I'm sorry.
The golem's chest compartment closed on its own. Mechanical whirling and small twitches like a heart starting to beat. Something propelled into the golem into motion. The golem threw its hands forward in one quick motion. Adder tried to move away, horrified, but it simply held tenderly onto his arm.
Adder? Is that you?
Sip! Oh, thank all the gods.
Adder, where are you? I can't see you. I can't hear you. Adder!
Oh gosh, that's creepy.
Sip! Sip, my love! I'm here! Barabas! What's going on?
I must have miscalculated something.
My son, please calm down. We're under attack right now. We need to...
What is happening to me?
In an instant, the golem's energy shifted. It barely felt like Sep anymore. A blood-curdling scream somewhere on the patio. The image of Sep blinked, and suddenly the improvised window blinds were flying through the forge. Everything around Sep seemed to get sharper. The air itself seemed to become heavy, to the point it was near unbreathable. The feeling of alcohol about to combust. Oh, she's gonna blow up again and take us all with her. Oh, this is tragic.
Sip! What are you?
With the last trace of lucidity left in her, Sep turned one claw towards Ina. A fire went right into her chest, her arm, and burst out into both eyes.
Damn! Away from here! Now!
Oh, there you go. With that, Sep's golem exploded into a massive shrapnel. Everyone leapt away from the explosion, but it didn't reach a single person in the forge. The remaining pieces of the porcelain twisted and turned into a small fireball of sorts. Sep's soul flared in and out of existence, superimposed by the impression of a creature far larger than her. Adder had only seen such a being once before, in the sea. It was something that he could not start to name, but he knew deep down from the bottom of his heart. Danger. The star ahead of them moved its head up, aware of the effect it was causing.
I can't make amends anymore, but I can atone at least.
Reality seeped in and out of their world, leaving only after images in Adder's mind. He found himself unable to reply. Without another word, Sep's form shifted into a comet ascending towards the roof. Outside, across the yard, beyond the gates, perched on the ledge of the abandoned warehouse, like a beast stalking its prey, an immortal monarch spoke with a voice deeper than a bottomless well.
Surrender. We may be merciful yet.
Mercy? Puh! Hirab, save me from your mercy, Isifik! I will sooner take everyone's lives myself than let them live under your grace!
Foolish child, you think yourself bold for raising your blade against us when iron was our own gift. You rebel against your father, thinking yourself wise in your short age. Such brazen ignorance you hold! You are as ants gazing upon a mountain. You can't even start to comprehend your position.
And what is a mountain to an ant? We will tear you apart, pebble by pebble. We will break you until there is nothing left of you but dust. Riders, today we kill a god.
Sep could hear it, and somewhere deep in her soul the prayers. Cornered on the patio, huddled amongst the clamoring and the screams. Prayers driven by fear. They called for their Jasif. And they all drew silent when they came face to face with her image, newly forged upon the fires of the sun itself, all flame and porcelain.
Is this everything you wanted?
The Jasif rose over the temple and roared. It was a deafening sound, one adder could have never imagined she was capable of making.
I am Jasif, and today the Voxarat rises again.
The Jasif morphed again into a creature the likes of which the world had never seen before. All Adder could think was he saw the woman changing shapes in front of him. All the flames and fangs and fears was hunger. The guards ran immediately, leaving the king to the creature descending upon him. Deep inside the temple, in the tower watching over the scene, a wretched old man shook his head.
Foolish child.
The ground started rumbling. The pits that were his eyes filled with magma. The Jasif roared as she lunged from roof to roof, shouting the arrival of a new era, that it would soon be heard far and wide. Her followers paraded the head of the old king, celebrating the death of an immortal monarch. Dark gray hurricane clouds formed over the city, and under them, the Jasif shone like a sun descended onto Dakna. Lightning and thunder followed. The people cheered along, thinking themselves safe. Another of the Jasif's powers, surely. But the multitude grew silent, and the clouds opened again. Every word died at the sight of the metallic hoof slowly falling from the sky, the very soul of which this was the size of a yearling. Screams followed after. Pertok felt around the floor, trying to find his fallen cane.
I upheld my end of the bargain.
What have I done?
This feels like
the end of the world.
Aina pointed at Sep, and then the hoof to the sky.
Aina! What is that?
Even if Aina had the words, she wouldn't have been able to describe the sight ahead. No, her time had come. She only knew as much. When she started to run away, jumping from building to building, Adder made to follow right after. A tiny hand pulled him back.
Ada, there's no time for that. We have to find a way out.
I can't leave him alone.
This is bigger than us. We have to keep the people safe.
Adder looked around at the stampede of the people in the street. He still tried to run.
Listen to your friend, you dimwit! We have to find a way out!
Adder felt another hand jerking him back. A newcomer trying to stop him all the same.
Geoff, what did you... no! I don't care! We can't leave! You're sisters!
Whatever that is no sister of mine! Move, move, move!
The Jasif leapt high into the skies, her light shining like a beacon across the steppes. A small sun rising from the ground, heading for the falling god.
It's time to put an end to this.
A nondescript shadow followed suit, ready to hammer down the final nail on an entire era. Pertok pointed the cane at himself.
I will right my wrongs this time, daughter of Thar.
A huge explosion on the Kai. interrupted. The fire that threatened to rain over the city started regressing back into place until the column of light flickered out of existence. The entire course of Hatsna had been shifted, and the shock wave could be felt all the way to Zansur.
You finished your preparations?
Yeah, this should last us half a moon, I reckon. I can figure out the rest on the way to Ocean.
The western limits? At this time of the year? You have the whole world in the palm of your hand, and yet you want us to freeze!
You are sure of that you don't want to stay? We welcome you travel as long how you want with us.
I really appreciate it, but you know, it's just one of those things I've been wondering for a while. Like, what are we even doing here anymore?
I know what I'm doing here.
I don't.
You could always use my ransom letter. At a discount, of course. Merely a trifle compared to the price you could fetch for his head.
No. He have a better lastly. Always is good to have a doctor with us.
I hope y'all find whatever it was y'all were looking for.
The Jasif.
Right, the Yusif.
The deer and the goat fell silent all of a sudden. Adder had a hand to his chest and Jow to her face.
Anyway, I should go get changed before I leave. Ain't no telling who's gonna recognize this crook on the road.
Adder walked into the darkness of his tent, feeling around for his helmet. His hand landed on the tip of a very long snout instead.
Hey, pup.
Captain! You ought to think twice about giving room in that kind of scare. We got delicate hearts, you know. To what do I owe the honor?
I thought we should share a last toast before you leave. To us.
Eka stretched out her hands, revealing a metallic tankard filled to the brim with unusual foamy stuff. While Adder snuck his snout to the cup metal daringly, set on finding out what the hay was inside, Eka leaned closer to his face.
We've accomplished our mission at last. And we could not have done it without you.
Does this mean y'all are done with that whole invasion thing?
Oh, yeah. There's no point wandering about now that Isafik's gone. Those supply lines won't keep themselves filled after all. Not if we want to keep our side of the deal.
Great! I mean, oh man. So it's goodbye then. Dang. I've had a wonderful time with the pack, but all things gotta come to an end, right?
Do they? I was hoping you'd be available for a more stable position.
Eka dragged a soft claw over Adder's helmet.
A little clam told me about that whole night business of yours. I have to admit that the pieces started coming together really fast after that, you know. You don't just want power. You want to commit that power to someone. I respect that. I can't make you a knight exactly, but I can always make space for you in my crew, Lieutenant Bones. Don't tell Whelp I promoted you first.
Thank you, Captain.
Don't get so sweet with me now, or I'll have to gobble you up.
Eka flicked her tongue against Adder's snout.
Catch you when I catch you, Bones. Take care of my sister until then.
Just then, a short, green-haired creature plodded towards him, interrupting them whatever moment that was.
Your sister just, oh, never mind. You sure you don't want any help carrying all that stuff, boss?
Ina gave him a thumbs up, though it's clearly that she struggled to lift her assortment of weapons.
I don't know. I feel a bit left out here. Like, I know I'm still recovering, but I'm not carrying anything at all, you know?
Ina opened her arm wide and pointed at herself.
What? You want me to carry you? Come on, boss. You're acting just like...
Ina tilted her head confused. That thought never quite finished forming in Adder's brain.
Anyway, we'll have plenty of time to hold each other tonight.
Ina's face turned beet red. Adder diverted his gaze too. They absolutely needed a minute to cast their mutual embarrassment away before walking out. So it seems like everyone else has forgotten Sep. Like everybody's forgotten Sep except for Adder.
Well, we'll be off then.
Yao and Adder shared one last hug.
This isn't goodbye, Ada.
No way. You couldn't get rid of me if you tried. Don't be a stranger, yeah? I'm always a shout away if you need anything. Except translate.
I thought that's what we kept the other deer for.
Don't mess with the poor guy. I'm sure it's not his fault he's apparently forgotten every single Basaktet word he knew!
Indeed. One must give credit where credit is due. Adder made an incredibly convincing translator. One of the best tricks I've seen you pull.
Hey, I wasn't lying about it, all right? I swear it's like I could hear the words when I looked into her eyes. And then I'd say the things she was saying, but louder.
Well, look into my eyes and tell me why we can't go to Corbuswe instead.
Because I don't want to be anywhere near the coast with all those beasts on the loose, you hoofhead. Okay, fine. Your sister can come visit the shop and we're all done setting up. But so help me if she licks my neck again, you hear?
I'm missing heirloom already.
And so we reach the end.
Oh, but this is not where the story ends. The knight's banishment is literally where the Song of the Upperfield begins.
This is the story of how he became Addersend of the Upperfield. You didn't have that.
You spent all that time on a prologue?
Lynn slams her face against the table.
I can't believe you do this to me.
Yes, you can. Come on. It's time to send you back home. Lynn hides her face between her arms. I have to strain my ears to hear the next part.
I need a home to return to first.
I figured. Her insistent, angry mumbles sound like the start of a sob.
Stay with me until I fall asleep.
Yeah. The moon sails low among the stars. I still have a little while left. It's been a lifetime since I helped put a child to sleep.
How many of those have you spent wandering around all on your own?
I don't know. I told you. I don't do time. I don't want to remember all these niminious minutes, confines of erosion you fleshbags insist on keeping track of.
That's really ironic, you know.
I could take the easy route out and pretend I'm just here because you asked me to share the story.
Of course. I am Omalin DP of Askedas, all-powerful Sephi.
There you go. Can't believe you made me do this.
Yes, you can.
A short pause. Lynn slouches over the table, but her eyes are still fixed on me.
Hey, will you do something for me?
What is it, little one?
Will you keep the...
Kid, go away. You ever heard about personal pace, kid? Scram. I will throw you off the bridge if you do not move this instant. Don't think I can't tell what you're trying to do, you little fusty lungs. Get out of my face already.
Shave my horns and call them tinder! I knew it! I knew it! You were telling the truth! How's that even possible? You'd have to be, like, so old!
You really make me feel like it. Don't you have anything better to do today, kid? Parents to annoy to death, perhaps?
Oh, don't you dare change the topic! You unreservedly, unquestionably, and unconditionally have to tell me the story if the one I know is so wrong!
Do I now? Damn. And why would that be, pray tell?
Pshaw! To think you were acting so high and mighty just 1 moment ago! You call yourself an expert on the night, and yet you fail to see the answer to such obviousness? A joke is what you are!
I have a staff and it'll hurt you, and I hate you with it.
It is fate itself that has brought you to me, O Wanderer! For I am, on my own life, I swear, a direct descendant of the Knight from the Tale!
Sure you are.
Wait, don't go! I'm not lying, see? Look at this beautiful blue fabric! 100% certified linen carefully passed down for generations! Part of his cape!
It's truly 100% a certified I don't care. Bye.
Nuh-uh! Look, it's so old! Look!
No, it can't be.
Hey! What do you think you're doing? Get your filthy snout away from my family relics!
It still smells like him.
It does? Whoa! Just so we're clear, that's a woe that falls somewhere between a woe and a woe that's really gross, and I'm thinking I should run. You know what kind of woe I'm talking about?
Why do you even sound like... No. I won't let the delusions of some random street shrub get me over again. I'm leaving.
I am not deluded, and I am not a street shrub. My name is Omalin Dibili of Askadath, and I am heir to the lineages of both the Knight of the Upper Field and the royalty of Basaxarat. Yeah, I know, it's kind of a mouthful. Just Lynn is fine.
Lynn of Askadav?
Descendant of Adderson of Askadath. And you are?
I'm so very tired. Come on, we have a long day ahead of ourselves. Moments pass in silence, but perhaps it was hours instead. I would not be able to guess how long. My first instinct is to check if Lynn is truly asleep. Perhaps I could somehow create more time for myself. A different excuse to stay just another handful of minutes around her. As much as I tried to avoid it, I now know too much about this fragile creature sitting beside my side. I am invested in her well-being. Once again, I've been dragged back into mortal affairs. I'm sorry, Lynn. I don't have a choice. The moon starts its descent onto the horizon. The sun will find me once more, no matter what I want. No, I can't stay. I have a letter to deliver before that. With my hat and my staff in tow, I stop one last time in front of the entrance. I adjust my new blue scarf over my neck and nod. She's too good to be related to you. But still, please watch over my friend.
The night ends, whether we want it to or not, and the sun rises. This is the inescapable order of life. The light finds us, sometimes as a gentle caress, and sometimes blasting us right in the face. Oh, curtains. What? Where am I? Show your faces, fiends! A lonely child in an unfamiliar crypt. Nothing remained of the night but a cramped hand, a carefully bound book, and a trail of sleepy slobber connecting said child to the table. Even her beloved scarf was gone. Ah, that's right! My book! So it was the goddess of inspiration that took me! Ah, magnum opus, masterwork of mine! Ah, I can't believe I've gone and kidnapped myself just to write you. The headmistress is going to kill me. Ah! The headmistress is going to kill me! Picture a young gazelle, running through the back alleys of Slander District, jumping through empty lots, run-down houses, and little stone benches, for she knew full well that she was to meet her destiny.
Book ending! That's what happened, yeah, chapter 1, so this is like basically going beat by beat on what Adder's like initial introduction was.
Miss Mina is going to have me cleaning bodies all week! A destiny which most likely included a brush and a lot of brown. I don't want to spend a week dealing with crap! And so, as is to be expected from someone not heeding the wise advice, look where you're going, the young gazelle soon met the first obstacle on the way back to the orphanage. A tree.
Miss Omalindibi?
Yes? The gate was blocked by a huge Makadir. No, 2, in fact. The smaller one was simply trying his darndest to blend in behind the older one.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Constable Adaga Buntalos of the Academy of Heirloom. This is my little brother and my secretary in training, Umbo.
Hi. The shy sapling nodded his head politely from behind his sister.
Am I in trouble? I swear he's going to come back! Eventually, I just...
Oh, no, child. You are not in trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact, unless you're particularly averse to good news. This is highly irregular, but a certain person of standing who decided to remain anonymous for your sake and mine vouched ardently for your ingenious character and good nature. And I must say, I have been able to witness your creativity myself.
The young child nearly ran for it when Adarga pointed her head towards a series of graffiti, boldly decorating the wall that led to the orphanage. That wasn't me.
Really? Then I guess perhaps we ought to find the artist behind such works to inform them that they have been made recipient of the Burbeth Grant for the literary advancement of the youths.
Ah, Berbus has a scholarship. Of course.
I'm sorry, the what?
Umbo, would you be so kind?
You are formally invited to join the Academy of Heirloom for the pursuit of the higher education of your choice, free of charge, should you choose to accept to benefit from this grant.
I'm pretty sure I screamed. Little old me! Taken into the intellectual elites of the country by what looked entirely like Providence. I ran to pack what little I had, and I may have even had time to sign a few select people to get eaten by beasts while Umbo and Adarga weren't looking. My name is Omalin Devi of Askadath, and I'm going to be a writer! My time in the academy was one I'll never forget. Fresh off the streets, surrounded by snotty brats who had just wandered out of their parents' mansions, I defended the weak and stole from the less weak with my sharp wits and a particularly sharp stylus. I wish the teachers had been able to appreciate my subversive charm and my ingenuity as much as Adarga did, but it seemed, alas, like I was doomed to have what she so kindly referred to as
a proclivity towards irreverence.
I only got expelled once, so I still think I did fairly well, all things considered. And this is my magnum opus. A thoroughly researched fanfiction detailing the life of the Knight of the Upperfield. This is my headcanon, no hate, original characters, do not steal.
Wow, Lynn! This is really detailed. It must have taken you ages to make. What were your sources?
What? Sources? Aina ate them? Life and misadventures of the inventive Knight of the Upperfield, or the Hayseed Knight, was soon being published and sung countrywide as a little gem of a parody. Almost no one asked for my head. I should have been happy, right? But no, I didn't make it up. I swear I had a source. It's... The more I thought about it, the less sense any of it made. My mind wandered back to that night I spent writing as if possessed. The fever dream that made this happen so many times over the years. But I found no answer inside my own memories. Why don't the words work? Burned out beyond redemption and crushed by the publisher's endless demands that I give up the historically accurate bit and just make a sequel already, I plunged deep into the depths of my work, wondering what could have ever been good about it. As I opened the original manuscript, I came face to face with it one last time. The owner of my words, mocking me. The silhouette with the hat and the staff that I'd come to identify as a portrait of all my headaches. The last reminder of that fateful night 7 years before. Adarga always said that someone vouched for my creativity, my intelligence, and all the things the years had stolen from me, to the point I could no longer see them within myself or anything I made. There was someone else with me that night. There definitely was. Come on, you have access to your sister's documents, right? There must be something about the person who made me write the book.
I can't betray her confidence like that!
She made a vow of anonymity.
But you didn't, and that was like forever ago. I bet the contract or the oath or whatever it was has expired already. Come Come on. I'm not going to do anything reckless, I promise.
Well...
That same night, I recklessly packed my things and ran for it, leaving behind my studies, my burgeoning career, and a string of broken hearts. But I just couldn't help it. There's nothing that makes me angrier than a broken promise. And you didn't even come close to making good on yours. You tell the story, and I write. That was our deal when we met. And a promise is a promise, you crook. I'll find you, no matter what. You're not going to get away from me so easily, boss.
Ending 3, Oblivion. That's the ending we got. Yeah, Maxie worked a lot on this, yeah, for sure. I think this might be the record. I'd have to look. We've been on stream now for 5 hours and 20 minutes. Well, actually 5 hours and 15 minutes, because I was 5 minutes late. I think, what's it called? The other visual novel that we did, Winds of Change, I think the finale for that one was really long too. I mean, sure, you could send me a video or a thing like that. I usually, when I play these things, though, usually I play to what I've played to. I get, like, I've done bad endings before, like, or not quote unquote true endings. Like, what was the one for, what was it called?
Welcome, welcome! Come on in! Get thy fill at Sir Upperfield's Greens! Meals fit for royalty!
Oh, that does look delicious.
Don't it? Roasted paprika taters, shakshuka, hummus, couscous, you name it, you got it, ma'am!
I'll have to ask for your name then.
Eder finally looked up from his pan. His eye got lost in the depths of the blue above him.
Huh?
Do you come with the dish?
Huh?
I'm asking if you do deliveries.
Oh, darn right I do.
To Barhan's?
Even Macadar, if you please. Call me Adder the Delivery Deer.
Adder?
The wistful, almost melancholic way she said his name sent shivers all the way from his tip to his tail.
What'll it be then?
Everything you have. I have to attend a play now. Could you bring it to this address by noon?
Anything, anywhere, anytime you want, ma'am.
Here's your payment. I'll see you later, handsome.
Adder couldn't stop himself from oogling the gazelle as she skittered away towards a group of conspicuous, heavily armed
See
guards.
you later, Sam.
It's over, isn't it? Hardly feels like it. THK was my first game ever. Chapter 1 marked the start of the career in games, and these 7 years of development will stay with me for the rest of my life. It should mean the world to me if you could take a moment to leave a review on Steam if you enjoyed the game, and if you crave more THK, you can hang out on Discord, follow me for extra sketches, ramblings, or wait anxiously for an art book to come out. Thank you for picking up my game. Hope you played Ender Story and brought you joy as I did making it. I think this is a little bit different. I think they're actually like, this one's actually like filled out now. I think it's a more colorful silhouette. But yeah, so like I'm not gonna like what I'll do, Ramir, is I'm not gonna like show the different endings on here. What I'll do is like, because I think it's like it's more like instead of like being in depth, and this is the thing about it, is that like other people who want to play the game can pick it up and play it and support the artist and stuff like that. And if there are videos out there that show the different endings, like that'd be good too. And I'll definitely take a look at the ending and see what the other possible endings are. You know, or you know, maybe play it again at some point and kind of make some different decisions in the in that sort of the order in which I do those things. I suspect that I got that ending looking at it from a gameplay perspective. I think the reason I got that ending is because it basically seems like a Barabbas ending, right? Because I focused on him primarily. And because I focused on him primarily, like that ended up being the thing where he made that technology where Sepp became like this, like Akira kind of like kaiju beast that could slay the other kaiju beast, as it were. Whereas if I had focused on other things, I think if I had focused on like getting the food so that I could get to the captain and then, you know, have more conversations with the captain, you know, Eka, maybe I would have been able to actually go and confront the king, and then I could have snapped her out of it, right? And learn more about what carnivores are and things like that. And then I would have been able to pick that slot. Basically, it's sort of a combination of what characters you decide to interact with in the main thing, and then the final choice of going to the king or not going to the king. You know, would end up as a good end or a bad end, depending on like what people you interact with, and that's probably where the different endings come from. On top of that, the whole like journal thing. But I think I did the journal thing pretty fully. But it's interesting for sure. Anyways, this is it's freaking 10:20, so 10:25. So yeah. Anyways, thank you guys very much for watching, and we'll see you again next week for on the 7th for Super Animal Royale, and we'll vote for our next game. Finally, it's been I think about 2 months since we've had a vote for a game, so got a lot of play out of this, and thank you very much, Maxie, for putting all your efforts in. And this was a great game. I think a lot of people enjoyed it.